I can't deal with myself spiraling right now. I'm sorry to hear that, Rose. I'm really sorry to hear that. Is there anything I can do to help? Are you still spiraling over the stuff we talked about yesterday, and what's causing you to spiral further? That doesn't really work as well as I hoped it did. When I was setting it up in frame, my microphone wasn't here, and it was perfect, but I didn't plan for the microphone, which entirely blocks it. I'm gonna have to move that because it's obviously doing nothing. Do I just move the whole thing right now? No, I've got hot pizza, and if I move the whole thing right now, the pizza's gonna get cold. I'm I'm really sorry to hear that, Rose. Is there anything I can do to help? By the way, welcome to the stream, everyone. I kind of skipped the greeting because I saw Rose in chat. We're doing the same thing we normally do. I've got the warmed up pizza. Today we did it in the air fryer. I think that's the best way. We added a little bit of water this time in the basin of the air fryer to see if that helps with the issues we had with the air fryer. But I don't even like watching Ludwig videos anymore because his hair's gone. No, I'm kidding. It's because it's always just some clickbait shit with Ludwig. Like Moist Critical does some clickbait, but it's acceptable clickbait. I feel like Ludwig's clickbait, I'm always just like, bro, why'd I even click on this? I feel like there's nothing I actually want to watch right now. At least nothing that's showing up in my damn feed. Wes Watson gets pulled over. Um, I don't want to end it. It's just getting very hard not to have a mental breakdown. I can understand that. I've been there. Well, I'm glad to hear that you don't want to end it. That's important. Uh, this is going to sound weird, but sometimes having a mental breakdown is important. That doesn't make any sense, but it's kind of the same way that like forest fires can be healthy for the forest. Now, I'm not saying you should intentionally go off the deep end or anything like that, but sometimes fighting it makes it worse. I can't be in your mind, right? But I know that there's been times where I was really struggling with something, and the problem was that I was fighting it. I had to just let it go and accept it to get over it. Sometimes you just got to let it burn. I don't know if that's going to help you at all, but because like everyone's situation is very specific and focused, but at least I've found for my own mental health, like fighting sometimes is the wrong answer. Often the the true path to healing is acceptance, but that doesn't mean giving up. Accepting is different than giving up. I'm trying to think of a way to put it. You know, there are some people that are going to be NBA basketball stars and some people that just don't have that capability. Both people need to accept that as the truth, right? If you have the ability to be a professional sports player, but you don't accept that, if you keep doubting yourself, then you're never going to be your true self and you'll be miserable for your entire life. The opposite is true. If you don't have the ability to be a professional sports player and that's all you're focused on, then you're just never going to be your true self and you're going to be miserable for your whole life. Well, a similar thing kind of happens with trauma, where you have to accept that it happened to you, accept that you're traumatized by it, but also accept that it's not going to control you for the rest of your life. So I'm not saying to intentionally trigger a mental breakdown in yourself or anything, but sometimes you just need to let yourself crash out for a little bit. It can be therapeutic. The difficulty comes in knowing how far to go. I hope that helps. And if that doesn't, maybe watching these stupid Lush Life videos will help.
Welcome back, everybody.
Oh, we didn't do the sound. It's coming out of the wrong speakers.
Dynamite intro, Mrs. Lush. Just a real treat to have you by my side as always. Guys, today the team's put together some outrageous reels. For instance,
not having a plan is the worst thing that can happen to a man. And then, is the worst thing that can happen to a man. And then,
like I said, I don't know what my guy puts together, but they're outrageous. That one.
Wow.
Don't ask where I see myself in 10 beers. Got it. I felt this spiritually, someone says. This is truly one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. I mean,
That was pretty good.
Oh.
Leon, if he went down a different path.
Yeah. Leon, if I never met Mrs. Lush.
For real.
Yeah.
Did you pee on your brother on purpose?
Why would I do that? He got in my way. I was trying to pee on the box, and then he got in the way.
He just ran in front of your pee stream?
Yeah.
Did he pee on you on purpose?
Yes, he did.
Little kid.
That's a little he said right there.
Yeah.
Not
That
really
kid's
sure
old
who to
enough-
believe.
The little one's old enough to be telling the truth, I think.
You're probably right.
Yeah. That
As
kid-
a little brother, he did it on purpose.
Yeah.
All right, so
he did it on
we're
purpose.
believing the young
Routine
guy.
Little kid.
All right, little bro answered like he was on Judge Judy.
Ah.
Classic he said.
Oh,
he said.
7.
Nice.
Good evening,
Nice.
Midget Cow. How are you doing tonight? I hope everything's well in your universe. I didn't get the chance to reattempt Eve today. I had some new things crop up. We're probably getting a new washer this week. So, or next week, depending on how long that takes. I don't know when the delivery is going to be yet. It's a huge load off my shoulders, but at the same time, it's causing its own stress because I've been planning to paint the basement floor before the new washer came, and I thought it would be months away because I thought the original plan was going to be to move the washer and dryer from my parents' house in Pittsburgh, since they're selling that house and getting rid of everything. But now it seems that they've decided just to buy a new washer for this house. So I thought I was gonna have maybe months before I needed to paint the floor, but now it's like I've got a couple days. I might actually be doing a floor painting stream tomorrow because I was mopping the floor before the stream. I moved the washer, the dryer, the giant fridge, and I did all that, and then I mopped it. And it was so dirty that I'm still like pushing mud around the floor. So I'm going to mop it again tonight before I go to sleep after the stream. And then we're going to wake up in the morning and mop it. And if it's clean enough to paint it, we might be streaming painting the floor, depending on how much work I get done before it's time to start the stream. Doing great. Wife and kids. Kiddo is flying back home tonight. Awesome. Nice. Yeah. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm sure you're excited. I'm sure you're excited to see them. We're just chilling out, eating some air fried pizza leftovers, and watching Lush Life react to some random videos. Yeah, they've been gone for a month or so. Yeah, I remember when you originally said they were gone, or like maybe not originally, but when you stopped back in, you said they'd been gone for a while. They were visiting family, I think was it you said? I don't know. It's hard for me to keep track of everything the way my brain works. I don't really remember conversations that well. And it's not like a goldfish memory. It's just that I'm very compartmentalized and very much focused in the moment. Like it's like all conversations go into RAM, you know? So it's like I can remember random facts about Star Wars ships, but like if you ask me what I said in the last conversation with my mom, I'd have to kind of guess and try and reconstruct it, you know? Arkansas. Okay, nice. I do get little pieces here and there, the important things, but I'm not super good at remembering conversations. It's just the way that I process. I'm more of like a focusing on the future type person. That's where most of my mind goes to. So once something's in the past, it's kind of just like gone often. Oh my god.
Good.
Nice.
What's going on? You alright?
So she's literally just trying to record herself walking in the mirror to catch the curves, and my man just got a seizure staring at that wagon. He really did. Oh God, Lord help me. You know,
It says gravitational pull game is strong. He knew what he wanted.
That's so funny. Yeah, honestly, that thing might have its own gravity.
Yeah.
Woo.
Hope someone asked him if he's okay.
She's talking about what's going on like she ain't caused that.
Ugh.
She goes right back to look at it herself too.
Yeah,
That's the
so
best
like,
part.
hey,
She's
sir,
like,
you all right?"
let me show you why that happened. Because this thing got its own area code.
What's going on?
He was like coming out from behind the post too. Like the whole thing
Coming in hot.
it gets funnier the more you watch the nuance to it.
Yeah.
Leon, are you struggling with lower back pain? Well, fret not. Here's some easy exercises. Here's some easy exercises to do before going to bed. That was the caption. Jesus.
Oh, I've seen this before.
Come on now. Ho. Okay.
This is some mobility exercises.
Lord
we call this.
Almighty.
Yeah, easy exercises for back pain and flexibility. This is absolutely rage bait.
Oh my god.
I guess the pain in my back goes away when I break my neck. True. Once you sever the cervical spine, yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah,
she's
there won't
moving.
be any more back pain once you're
Toddler
dead.
Between nuggets. Nice.
Oh my gosh. Yes.
Logan trying to.
I would get the first move and never get up. Dude, I wouldn't even get
It's
the
not
first
even just
move.
him, it's
I'd be
all
like,
It's all kids. Yeah, I know.
I'd just
I feel
fucking
like
face
Jason's
plant onto that
very
carpet and
good
stay there.
Comparatively to just most kids, even though like recently he's like gets up and bounces around.
Yeah,
But he's been
gets in
trained
his
pretty good.
pants.
He's been trained pretty good.
He knows how to sit at a dinner table.
Yeah.
When he.
Yo.
Oh my god.
Wait, whoa.
Oh my god.
Stop it now.
So you get, first of all, that's clearly a lit custom golf car, but why did you have to yank the wheel right, pal? What are we doing here?
And he escaped, and all those
You
people.
guys okay?
Yeah, but this is crazy thinking about what just happened to that guy.
No, I know.
Everything, like,
Dude, we've heard
So
stories.
sketchy.
A lot of people get really hurt in golf carts. You just
So
don't hear
sketchy.
about it
Yeah.
very much.
one time we were golfing, and you and I were sharing a cart, and one of us like either had a leg stuck out, which is not unusual, like just to have like your legs are long. Like,
Yeah,
one of
yeah,
us
yeah.
had,
It's
like,
so
a foot
dumb,
of leg
though.
hanging out. And some old lady who had been golfing for a really long time was like, "Please never do that again."
Oh, that
Yeah.
lady, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Don't
You
leave it
remember
like
who?
I do, yeah. The one who told us
She,
we were
she wanted to give lots of advice.
Jack Doherty almost killed one of his girlfriends with a golf cart.
Slow. We were done in like less than 4 hours.
She was really nice, but she was a little aggressive. I mean, I'm just saying, like, I want that golf cart. That thing is sweet, but you can't lift a golf cart, dude. That thing's gonna tip so bad. Like, what did you think?
They
was gonna
already-
happen? This is what you do if you're just like you're rich and live on a
Tip easily.
country club and have all the time in the world. You can just modify your golf carts and then hurt your friends in them. Oh boy, Adolf Lifter.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this?
Craziness. That's not the Reich form. Man's doing 4 sets of 9. Mind Pump, the struggle for Ultimate Games.
Wow.
Mind Pump
What
is
the
the
hell?
best,
What are
dude.
we
That's so
watching?
good.
Leave it to Instagram comments.
Yeah, well, Kanye just dropped his new anthem for the summer,
I
so
cannot,
this
I
guy,
cannot.
he's got his new lifting song for the rest of eternity.
Yeah, I heard about that Kanye song. I haven't listened to it. I probably won't ever listen to it. I don't know what kind of demons that guy is fighting, but he's not winning.
Greg.
I don't even have the door closed. Are you crazy? What? I mean, I'm out. No,
Hilarious.
look at this real quick.
I think somebody's. Hold on, wait for this part. All right.
See that? Oh my God.
Oh my god.
Play Here Comes the Sun by the Beatles.
I just sent it to you. I'll send it to you.
It's just a joke.
If you couldn't read it, the guy was getting a text message while I was showing the video that said things like, "Hey, I want to do butt stuff," and stuff like that.
I'll send it to you. That's funny, dude. That's good. Happens all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you just get a random text. Usually it's pretty innocuous, but
Yes.
you never know. You don't want to be something sketchy. I just slide it back up for them. That's why you have to kind of be like watching at the same time, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Gotta give one of these. Get it out the way.
As soon as you see Greg's name pop up.
Yeah. I put my phone on D&D before showing anyone anything. Smart.
Oh, what kind of text you got coming in?
I was gonna say, you know, some
Yeah.
chicks get some nasty.
Like-
yeah, you get some nasty ass or like men like a D.
If you gotta do that, take those kind of precautions. What kind of shit are you getting sent to your phone in the first place? I don't even want to know.
EP shows up, although that wouldn't show in the notification. I don't think it would just say image.
Okay, that's true.
Yeah.
Well, technically, I didn't pick it. Leon Lush's team picked it. These are random videos they watched for him and his wife to watch. And now we're watching them watch these videos.
Oh boy.
Because that's what content is in 2025.
No.
Get down. I got you. Get down.
Like, who's cleaning that?
Probably not them.
No, definitely.
No, I'm sure not them.
Like, you could get something that makes the same sound without it being so loud.
True.
Have you seen the Apple Pay prank?
No.
The Apple Pay prank kind of got me.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what was that for?
I just need to get me some free food.
Generally, I'm not a fan of pranks because most of them aren't real pranks. They're just idiots harassing strangers and potentially ruining their day. A good prank makes the person who's the target of the prank laugh, right? After they figure it out. But
Pay prank?
No.
or maybe not necessarily laugh, but at least like respect you or feel like, okay, they got me type thing. But this just harassing random strangers in public is not a prank. That's just harassment, literally. So I wasn't entertained by these pop things. Doing it on a friend, maybe, but it looks like these are actually just random people that we're going up to. I do have to admit, when I first saw the Apple Pay prank, I laughed at that one. It was pretty good. He's gonna show it to you now.
Have you seen the Apple Pay prank?
No.
Oh, thank you.
Wait, what was that for?
I just need to get me some free food.
No. What?
Just thank you.
What?
I thank you. Appreciate it.
Wait,
Come on.
how?
Yeah.
Can I take some more?
It's only going to work on boomers, obviously, but
Yeah.
they hear the sound and it triggers their brain and they think
Like
you
if someone
just...
came up to me, I'd be like, yeah, okay.
Yeah, okay, pal, nice try. They think it... You take...
Yeah.
Not this one.
It kind of made me laugh because you have to be kind of like really dumb for it to work. To think that someone can just walk up to you with their phone and hold it next to it and it's just going to send them money. The only way that works is if somehow you already got your phone hacked before that, in which case they can probably just take your money without doing
Try
that.
this one.
And they're not going to walk up to you and do that because then you'll know your money's being siphoned off. Oh, this one's good. This one's good.
What's that?
Thank you.
What for?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to.
What are you doing?
I was meant only to take £3, but I took $53.
What the
Sorry, $53 only.
what?
I meant to only take £3.
Why'd you even do that?
Only $53, that's not a lot.
No, off, give it back.
How?
I'm gonna call the police.
No, don't, please.
No,
Don't call the police, please.
So
This
pathetic,
cost me
dude.
£3 ice
No,
cream.
you can't just be stealing money. That's,
How do people like this survive? They're not going to survive the next 2 decades with the
Like-
rate of technological advancement. If you're getting wrecked by a sound effect on a phone.
Yeah.
Remember your mom's text message from the other day? She's like, it feels so personal.
Oh God, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
phishing
did
text
you get?
messages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From random numbers. My mother was like, "Well, I got this. I didn't know whether to respond, but like they were like asking me how I was doing it." So I was like, well, "There was no identifying information. It was the most clear.
Hey, old friend.
It was the most clear phishing scam text I've ever seen in my life."
She
But,
didn't
like,
do anything with it.
No. She's smart. Yeah. They don't. I'm just like, if it's not a number, you don't respond
Yeah.
ever.
Nope,
Unless
never.
it's very, very obvious. Very obvious.
even
And
then,
even then, you need
better
to be.
call and talk to
Especially if it's something that is saying like, UPS has a package for you, but you haven't picked it up. Fill in all your personal information or we're going to destroy your package or whatever the fuck they say. Don't ever answer those shits. The big thing right now that I've seen get a couple people is the free Steam gift card. Guys, if someone sends you Steam money, it just shows up in your Steam account and you would get a notification from it. They don't send you a link to go enter your info and log in for a gift card. That's how they steal your Steam account.
incredibly judicious.
And even then,
And even then,
No,
once you-
don't. Only
then
$53.
just still delete
what the
it.
f*** are you doing, pal?
Only $53.
don't send any money.
No.
No.
This is Kensington. You live here. You've got a lot of
I
money.
don't live here.
Yeah, you do.
I don't live here.
No.
Mate.
It's only $53.
Mate.
No, don't hurt me.
Mate. You're stealing from me.
It's funny. He tries to start crowdsourcing help from
No,
people.
leave me. Help me, man.
That man's just stolen from me.
No. It's only $53.
She's like, okay, buddy. See you later.
You've just stolen from me.
$53.
You've just stolen from me.
Like,
Don't hurt me.
Guys, this guy's just stolen money from me.
It's only
the most insane thing is he didn't even check. Like, if I had even the slightest concern at all, I would check my account to make sure nothing came out of it before I like went to call the cops or anything like that, you know?
$53.
Or like started walking up on some dude like
Wow.
this.
Get wrecked, pal.
like, how long do you let the joke go on before
I
you're like, hey,
mean,
it was
It's all
prank.
content.
Oh my
Oh,
God.
wow.
Christ. No, the cheese. No.
Oh.
I'm feeling a little bit. What's the word? I'm just not going to compare myself to that one. Like,
Gotta let that cool.
It looks so
Holy
good. That would
shit.
have been the perfect
This
slice.
just messed up.
This just pissed me off. Me too.
yeah,
They messed up so hard.
Come on, bro.
I fucked that up hardcore. They needed to wait another 3 minutes approximately. You gotta let the cheese sit before you cut or pick pieces up. Like, look at that. They messed that up big time.
Bro, that would have been the perfect slice if you just let it cool for another 10.
Yeah.
Oh, look at all that. Yeah.
Honestly, pizza that's fresh out of the oven like that, when it's molten hot, you gotta let it cool. I think, like, even a normal size slice, it needs a moment.
It's on purpose, though.
I know.
Again, he ruins his pizza, and I comment out of annoyance, and it helps him in the algorithm. Well played, pizza dude. Well played.
Yeah,
That's probably
I'm
something
sure.
he just does all the time. Smart man. You really think about it. When the cost of marketing, it's like, oh, you're wasting the pizza.
Okay.
Cost of materials, $3. Pretty good ROI on that if you go viral on YouTube.
And you can still eat it after.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Give it to the employees.
That looks like lunch.
Love a good banana video. That is a hairy trunk, dude. I didn't know they were so hairy. What the hell? Elephants have beards? I was today years old when I realized elephants
guess so.
have beards.
Oh no!
Yo, the whole banana patch?
Oh, oh my god, they wrote, she ate the stickers.
I think the elephant will be alright.
It'll poop it out.
Yo,
Wow.
watching an elephant eat is
Oh,
hilarious.
bye-bye to your
It's
banana.
going for his. It wants his too. Oh my god.
Such an incredible amount of bananas. And that elephant just don't give a shit. Yeah, never knew elephants' trunks were hairy like that.
When have you ever seen it like up close in the light like that?
And maybe it's not all elephants. Maybe this isn't old. Maybe it's like with age or something. I've definitely seen trunks that didn't seem so hairy. Not that I see a lot of up close elephant trunks, and they're not usually in 4K. Usually it's some dusty old video or on a safari somewhere. Elephants are cool though. What a weird fucking animal. What a strange world we live in.
But he's going to the zoo this week. He's gonna be so
I know
happy.
he's gonna be so pumped. Oh boy. My man is
What the hell?
flicking those headshots. Good lord. That's actually madness.
Why is the face so close?
Counter-Strike? I mean, you tell me. I have no idea.
He's gonna be blind by the time he's 20.
What it looks like when one of the world's best gamers warms up in Counter-Strike. It's actually insane to have that level of awareness of where the mouse flick's gonna take you. Look at the flicks. This is why, by the way, I don't play shooters anymore. Because like people like it was
playing
I
against
play
that?
shooters. I just don't compete against kids like that.
And now you're either playing against cheaters or you're playing against 15-year-olds.
Yeah, the cheaters really ruin it for me.
And
And you play against some people that are so good they feel like cheaters.
You know, an aging man, it's just no longer fun. So I play games that are much more enraging, like League of Legends. Baldur's Gate 3 has been my reprieve from all that.
I mean,
And the golf
I
game.
play a lot of MMOs right now.
2K25 has been great. Been crushing that with my friends. It's the best. It's so relaxing to play games and actually have fun and not just get pissed. What a joy that is.
So, quit League of Legends.
Yeah, I play too many competitive online games. Rocket League's still fun, even though that's competitive. I've been playing Rocket League for like 10 years at this point. Now
There's a
Jackson likes
buddy
it.
going on it, yeah.
League of Legends is like the most toxic game.
Yo, those ribs. Oh,
Oh
good
my
lord. I'm dead right now. 'cause
Okay.
I'm so hungry.
Saliva.
Mm-hmm.
I identify as a table of 15.
Give me that.
That's ribs under there, right?
A full rack underneath. Bro.
Huge rack with some fresh French fries. Oh my god.
And a Diet Coke. What do you think the total calorie count on that is? That's like some epic mealtime.
That's got to be like 5,000.
5,000, 6,000.
Are
Yeah.
you okay?
What?
5,000 to 6,000 calories for maybe a quarter of a rack of ribs. Holy.
I guess I can't tell how big the
A full rack of ribs is probably 15,000 by itself, not to mention.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There we go. That's a little closer.
Maybe I was thinking about a portion that one would eat.
No, that's what I mean. The whole ass thing.
I didn't know ribs had that many calories. How many calories in a full rack? I'm just going to put ribs in general. I don't want to get too specific. I don't know what kind of ribs those were. I'm not a rib aficionado. Yeah. No. What the fuck's he talking about? Leon has no idea what he's talking about. The full rack of ribs contains around 1,100 calories, up to 1,300 calories. 5,000 calories is a little much. It's probably, I mean, I guess when you add sauce, sides, and everything, 5,000 is probably about right. A full rack clocks in at 1450. Yeah. There's no way it's 15 or 20,000. I hope people in the comments are dunk it off. There's no way it's 20,000 ribs. Like, what the fuck? According to Google, a rack of ribs is around 1,500 calories, 10% of what Leon guessed. Of course. Mrs. Lush was probably actually pretty close. Yeah.
Yeah, no way you would.
Mrs. Lush is
physically
smart.
Try to eat that whole thing, but I would try.
I don't do well.
She's actually really smart.
Text from my dad, dude. My aunt just died.
Oh. I gotta go also, bro. I forgot. Katie's waiting for me, but
Alright.
could you Venmo me too for that Jimmy John's from earlier? I'll send you a flash, bro. I gotta go.
I just got a text from my dad, dude.
What the hell is that?
that
What is that?
on the window roll up is diabolical, dude. It's just funny, is what it is. If damn, that's.
I feel like
crazy
that
in
whole thing
person.
was a spit.
Sleep
Skit.
talking,
A spit.
snoring, and customer servicing.
Really?
What?
Adjust your neck or something.
Why? What's wrong?
You're like gurgling.
I don't think it's me, but I'm doing pretty good.
What?
What?
I said, I don't think it's me. I'm doing pretty good here. I'm sitting straight and got everything I need right here in front of me. I do appreciate your concern, though. And if we can help you in any way in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out to us.
What?
That's so funny, dude. You do the damnedest things when you're in the 80% asleep.
Cough.
Wait, you still go?
Was it nice?
Mm-hmm.
Was it nice?
Is that all you need?
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'll do it. Eddie, thank you for your time and for being a customer. In any way in the future, please don't hesitate to reach out to me, okay?
God damn, the poor bastard. How long has he been working in customer service?
know.
Right?
Thank
That's
you. Have a
insane.
good Sunday. Have a good rest of your weekend.
Wow.
Dude is fucking
Where
programmed.
do you work? I'm sending you a good review.
Right, right?
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why we sleep with a very loud fan.
Yes.
And why I sleep with mouth tape on, because it cures that
Oh my
most
gosh.
of the time.
I love it.
That in combination with being 40 less
Eating,
pounds than I used to be
Charlie.
probably
That
helps. Yeah.
No doubt.
I don't bother
Well,
you when
I
you're
find
eating.
you
You were snoring on
Show
the
me
couch
the
last night. It
same
kinda
respect.
sounded like that gurgle a little bit. I thought you were gonna startle yourself awake.
The second I fall drift asleep, my mouth gapes. I just go, and it like whatever it does to the sinus, it just makes it.
Yeah.
One of those. But when you breathe through your nose with your mouth shut, no problem.
We're gonna have to get you a little.
I've been
pack
doing,
of mouth
dude.
tape for
How
the
long have I been
couch.
doing that now? Like 2 years?
It's been a long time now.
Yeah.
We're gonna get you some for the couch area now too.
Yeah, just
And I'll just pop it on you when you fall asleep there.
the only thing that sucks is, dude, it's like it sucks to take it off in the morning.
Yeah, I noticed.
Because it's like hurts. You have to do it gingerly on the mustache and the beard. It would not suck as much if I didn't have facial hair, but I'm never not gonna have facial hair.
Yeah.
And then on the lips too, the bottom one, it sticks really good. And if I pull it off too fast, I've actually pulled skin off before,
Yeah.
and it's
Oh,
been
yeah.
a problem. So I just gotta go super slow. But they do work good. And putting a real grizzly bear in my house and hiring an exterminator to catch it. This is.
It's Ross.
Oh, it's Ross. There he is. Classic.
That's
I was
all you
like,
needed to
that
know.
sounds like the most Ross Creations thing I've ever heard.
We don't have this coon problem or possum or something. I'm not, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure what it is. I mean, about a week ago is when I first seen him. He's right in here. I don't feel comfortable going in there with him and stuff. I don't know.
God, you're not. Dude, there's Barrett.
I haven't been able to get him out yet, so. Can we get him off of our walls or something? I mean, what do we got to do here?
Are you kidding me? I mean,
No, I'm telling you, I've been trying to get him out. He won't get out. Well, you ain't used to this kind of thing?
No. Just open the door and let him out either.
Okay, he's a
baby bear. Hope the mother's not around.
The biggest dog I've seen is a greyhound. I ain't never seen that.
that's a bear.
Biggest dog I've seen is a greyhound.
Oh, he's chewing our cords.
Just madness, dude. The length this man goes to, Waka Flocka, that's a bear. This dude, he's one of the lone soldiers of actually like very high effort creative pranks.
That was pretty good.
Well, that was as outrageous as promised. Thank you to the
fact,
team
it
for those
was.
ones. Enjoyed those thoroughly, and I hope you guys did as well. The only
See, that kind of prank, I'm totally fine with. As long as no one gets eaten by the bear or mauled by it. You know? It's one of those things where it's just like, oh, call up some random pest removal guys, be like, yeah, I got a raccoon, and it turns out to be a bear. That's kind of funny. All right. I don't know if there's anything else I really want to watch. We'll watch this 2-minute one right here.
Crater crash indefinitely suspended. Is that true? Let me see. So what,
I did hear about that.
Talking about it today, so I suppose it's.
Is
out
that
there.
what this is about?
But Creator Clash is delayed. Creator Clash is delayed to a date far in the future.
It's crazy they had Will saying this. Where's Ian? Like, shouldn't Ian be saying this? Like, what's going on?
Ian stepped back from it.
iDubbbz announces Creator Clash 3, a boxing charity event. Forward 2 months and iDubbbz drops a content cop on H3, massive drama, and Boxer starts dropping from the event after receiving collateral harassment. Forward 2 weeks and iDubbbz drops a content deputy and steps down from the event.
Anissa and I are no longer involved in Creator Clash. We're stepping down completely. We hope that the event is a massive success this year.
Complete chaos. The boxers and the audience have no idea what is going on.
Creator Clash is receiving a lot of collateral damage. Not really what I signed up for.
They sold the event, I think.
So they're just like talking a lot about like the Houthis and Hezbollah and Hamas and like it's just all this. And I'm like, what's up with the boxing though?
And now it seems it's actually over and people are seemingly not able to receive refunds.
Sure.
Oh, he stepped away. That's right. But he.
I heard they were
say
still
something. I mean,
selling
damn.
tickets.
For me, this is a huge bummer.
I don't know if
Not only
they
because I was bringing
still
out a bunch of
are,
family.
but like after this
No,
announcement, they were
no,
still
and
selling
that's the
tickets
thing.
for a
Like,
while.
Whenever somebody wants to go to an event, you have to travel. You know, maybe they get a motel, they take a day off of work, etc. So
Yeah.
if this shit gets delayed or canceled, people lose a lot of money. So they're refusing refunds, and
That's
refunds
insane.
were honored for purchasers who reached out immediately following the updated schedule. No further refund requests will be honored.
That's
What?
bullshit.
What? Wait a second. If you have an event and the event
They
doesn't
fucking just-
happen, I feel like you've got to give.
They
people
took
their
the
money
bag
back,
and ran
right?
with it.
Am I crazy?
Maybe the
Like,
sun is
I
sick
mean,
of
this
you.
is
I'm
insane.
sure it
It's
is,
a
bro.
loss.
You
It's
should
fraud.
see how it
Yeah.
fucks my forehead up when I go outside.
This
How's
what
it
the
going,
court
D-Day?
they
Good to
would
see you,
lose.
bro.
Everybody knows that. You're going to go to court. Like, I mean, the law is overruling the TOS.
Meanwhile, on iDubbbz podcast, courtesy of Mr. Diorio.
Also, I just want to say, like, we don't regret it. Stepping away from the company is not because we regret what we've done. We needed to do what we did.
I think it's in better hands.
I think it's in better
It's
hands.
in better
Anissa,
hands.
What do you
Okay.
think, honey?
Yeah, it's definitely in better hands. I mean,
Okay.
I'm not going to say it's definitely in better hands.
Guys, you can't
What?
give money to this fucking event. You just can't. Former event coordinator just told you that she doesn't know if it's in better hands. Dude, this is a fucking disaster. Please do
Yeah.
not give any money to these people.
Don't do it. Well, the good news is that now that Creator Clash is finally dead, someone can set up an actual creator boxing event that does well. But that's bullshit indeed. Where else you stream? I'm streaming on Kick, YouTube, and Twitch all at the same time. I do want to do TikTok, but right now the subscription that I have through Restream only allows me to do 3 at a time, and I can't afford to up the subscription at the moment. Maybe Twitch will ban me because I'm anti-terrorism and Twitch is pro-terrorism. And then once I'm banned on Twitch, I can stream on TikTok as well as Kick and YouTube. I don't know. What's up, Manny? Good to see you, bro. I don't know if you guys saw that, but that's what all the Hassan stuff is about. I'm sure if we just scroll a little bit, there'll be a Hassan video. Maybe not. There's one. A Hassan video. So Hassan got banned for a single day for promoting terrorism, basically. Meanwhile, other people are getting banned for 2 weeks just for calling someone fat. So, yeah, Twitch is definitely cooked. There's no way that advertisers aren't pulling out. And personally, I don't really care much about the ad revenue. I more just do the streaming to get my message out. That's why I stream less now, even though I'm back full time. I don't stream all day anymore. I work on other things in the morning, and then I stream in the afternoon and evening. And for me, it's more just about hanging out with you guys, getting the message out. I don't expect Twitch or any kind of streaming to be my primary income earner. Nothing else is making money yet, but we're working on that. It's all just too many random bullshit things I need to do, like the fact that I suddenly need to finish painting the basement this week, or at least paint that corner of the basement. Also, TikTok, you don't need 1K followers. Not anymore, apparently. You used to, but it may also be a thing where once you create a certain amount, 07, bro. There is the kick. Appreciate that, Midget. It's all, I have the ability to go live, and I don't have 1K. I think I have like 300 on TikTok. Let's go see. TikTok profile. I have 284, but there's a live studio. I don't know what this is, but like I just need to confirm my date of birth. Good, another thing to remind me how fucking old I am. It won't let me change my date of birth. Oh, I see why. Because it's 2025 and it can't be... It won't let me change the month because it can't be that late in the month yet. I see. That late in the year yet. Okay. Oh, I got to do facial recognition, some kind of age authorization. They're gonna estimate my age from my selfie. I feel like remove your hat, keep your glasses on. Got it. I don't have a hat. Subscribed? Appreciate that, bro. I see that. Holy shit. Yeah, that's awesome. I don't have Kick notifications set up yet. That's one of the things I was working on today, but it hasn't happened yet. There's a special bot you need to use for Kick. Appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much. I'm moving more towards Kick because I feel like Twitch is going downhill. If you look at my most latest TikTok, it was Twitch is so over. Let's see if I can go live. Allow TikTok to access nearby devices. TikTok will only access nearby devices when you use your Bluetooth headphones. Okay, sure. Allow. Yeah, so we are currently live on TikTok. We're notifying viewers that you're live. I'm probably not going to keep it on for a while, but we can definitely go live with only 284 followers. So we're definitely going to do that at some point. I don't know how to stop the live. There's a power button. Is that how I do it? And live. Yes. As you build more live experience, you can unlock live features, including multi-guest and co-host. Cool. But yeah, so we definitely can go live. Guys, we got fat zeros. Look at those numbers. So many zeros. A lot of zeros is a good thing, right? People want those big numbers. Like 1,000,000 is 1 and just 9 zeros. So the more zeros I have on my stats, the better, right? I'm kidding, of course. No worries. Just here to support. Appreciate you, bro. I love all you guys that show up to support. Let me get some a round of shout outs going. So we got Midget Cal. That's not how you spell it. There we go. We got D-Day Live. Midget isn't streaming. right now, but we hope he'll come back to it someday. D-Day has been pretty active about streaming, I think. Maybe I don't really watch streams anymore. I just don't have time right now. I wish I did, but maybe once I get like a whole bunch of well, so the Botrix is in the chat. It's just not fully set up yet. So we're getting those
fucking pants.
double.
Come on.
In D-Day's case, he got a triple shout out. Look at that. Because he's got that have you streamed on Kick D-Day? Oh, Midget Cal's got the triple shout out too. Guys, I swear I'm not pumping my chat numbers up. I'm kidding. I don't think bots count for metrics as far as like chat interaction numbers. So what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to make coffee. Just look at that. Look at all that bot spam. I'm going to make coffee and then I'll be right back, guys. I have mixed feelings. Do I want to watch this or not? I feel like we'll watch this maybe. I don't know. I kind of want to just do some WoW. I don't even, what the shit? Why is scrolling making it go through a bunch of different windows? What the fuck was that? Okay. He's still crashing out? Who's crashing out? A couple weeks ago I made a video clouding on a Pokemon reseller. Okay. I kind of want to watch this, but you know, I really feel like just playing some WoW, to be honest. Let me make coffee. A feather costs huge drama? What the fuck? How does a feather cause drama? Okay. I want to... I vote WoW. Alright, yeah, we'll do WoW. Let me go make coffee. And... the cat's gonna follow me. I kind of messed up. So, I was setting up some stuff in the background today. And I forgot to account for the microphone. Because we've got... so, one, the color are better behind me. And that's because there's a bookshelf behind me that has my amps on it. But I put something on top of one of the amps. But it happens to be right behind the fucking microphone. It's a little sign my brother got me that you probably can't see now. I wonder if you can see it if I go full screen. Yeah, you can basically see it. It says Steel Drifter. But we're gonna have to move the bookcase tomorrow. I think I moved the bookcase over to the edge of the carpet where the cat box is, and that should probably solve the issue. But yeah, we'll go get some coffee and then we'll come back and we'll switch to hardcore WoW. I'll see you guys in like 3 minutes. All right. I have some sweet, delicious nectar of the gods, and I stopped so fast it almost spilled, but we're good. I'm going to eventually do less WoW and more other things. I do want to do more commentary, definitely, but there's nothing I really feel like commentating on the moment. That might be interesting, but chat voted for WoW, so we'll save the rest of this stuff for some other time. We've got WoW. We can switch to that real quick. Pizza rolls for dinner? That sounds delicious. My room this studio just insanely smells like pizza right now. That was the one thing I noticed. For whatever reason, when you heat it up in the whatchamacallit? Oh, it's just gaming for YouTube. For whatever reason, when you heat it up in the I can't type and talk at the same time. Give me a second, chat. My brain does not multitask like that. For whatever reason, whenever you heat up pizza in the toaster oven, it smells so much stronger than if you just cook it in the oven. I guess it's because it's like an air fryer toaster oven. So it's just pumping air through it the whole time. And then it's just filling the entire house with pizza smell, which is a wonderful outcome, by the way. I'm not complaining. I'm just commentating on it. I absolutely love all the air fryer pizza smell everywhere. Zero Eve streamers on Kick might start up streaming and doing some. Yeah, go for it, bro. Absolutely. That's how you do it. I feel like Twitch is on its way out. I hate to say it because I love Twitch, but stop. He's attacking my headphone cable. Crazy cat. Get out of here. What program are you using for multi-stream? I use Restream. I don't know. So I don't use a program. I just use a website. If you can use an OBS plugin. Do I have a command for this? No, it doesn't look like it. You can just use an OBS plugin, but then it uses the same amount of so for each one you use for the bandwidth, sorry, my brain is not working right now. For each individual platform you're streaming to, it's going to multiply your bandwidth, right? So I stream at 5.5K because the max Twitch allows is 6K. So I don't want to hit that and get throttled. So if I were to stream to Twitch, Kick, and YouTube all at the same time, using the basic OBS multi-stream plugin, then that would be 15K upload speed, which is almost the entirety of my 20K, which means that leaves less room for whatever else traffic I have going on, like if I'm playing an online game or something like that. It's very, very little overhead, especially because sometimes you get spikes, right? There's also the audio bandwidth, and that's like maybe 1K if you have like max audio bandwidth and you're doing 3 streams, but that's another K on top of that. Almost, well, it's a little bit higher than 15K. You guys get, it's like 17K, but you guys get the point. It uses a lot of bandwidth if you just use the multi-stream. So if you want to just use that multi-stream plugin, you need probably 30 to 50 upload, depending on how many places you're going to. But like 20 is bare minimum to stream to 3. The other thing is Restream does cool things like the integrated chat. The chat that you see on screen is from Restream itself. They have the browser that gives me integrated chat, so you guys can chat with people on other chat. Like, it's going to show the stuff that happens in Twitch chat or in Kick chat or YouTube just on my screen, so anyone can interact with that, which is really cool. What's up, Sammy? How's it going? Good to see ya. I was so happy to see your stream today. Guys, please check out my friend Sammy. I don't know why I said your name because I was typing it. I'm about to see some WoW. Yes, you are. Do you have a Kick account? No, it shows something wrong. I would have absolutely followed it if you did. But yeah, guys, Sammy just came back from a very long hiatus. One of my all-time favorite streamers on the platform. There are very few people that make me laugh the way she does, or he does. Sammy's a man, depending on the day of the week. Oh, shut your mouth right now? Yeah, you're right. Guys, don't follow Sammy. Absolutely don't do it. I was wrong. Don't follow Sammy. You will 100% regret it. Daddy. Yeah, so definitely gonna watch. I do watch the dungeon comps, but I've never touched the game. Okay, cool. Yeah, I might do dungeons, so I'll probably do dungeons. We've got a new warlock. I killed my first warlock accidentally. That was one that I wasn't too upset about. Like, I did something dumb. I'm playing hardcore, so if I die, it's permadeath. You can barely see that at the bottom. You don't need to play hardcore. There's so many other realms. Like, if we go and look, whenever you die on a hardcore realm, you can move your characters to another realm. These are all the characters. Not all of them. One of them didn't die. I think this one, I started on this character. All the ones that are ghosts. Well, Dead Drifter also died. But this one I kind of killed on purpose. I had a friend I've been playing a lot with, so did you. This one and this one were both ones that we died on together, where she kind of like ran into something that we weren't trying to fight and we had too many mobs on us. This guy was my first character. He's the one that got the farthest, 24 Warlock. I did something stupid. I was like, if I walk back into this room and things respawn on me, that's gonna go bad. And that happened and I died. This was the one that annoyed me the most. I had this hunter that was doing really well, and I jumped down a tower. And normally that's not too big of a problem as long as you don't jump down a tower that's too far. But what happened was a hunter and the warlock are pet classes, which means that you have like a little pet with you that's a combat pet, not just like a cosmetic pet like a lot of characters have. And it will pull aggro. So I had already cleared the tower, but I had to wait up top at the tower for the boss to respawn. So while I was doing that, everything in the tower respawned. And when I jumped down to a lower level, the pet does not jump with you. So it pathed back down through the tower, and then it pulled a bunch of stuff on top of me that killed me. And I got really mad. I wasn't streaming that one. And I'm kind of annoyed that I wasn't streaming that one, because it's one of the best reactions to anything I've ever had. You guys know, you guys know that I'm not like I'm not the overreacting type. Like, the guy that hypes everything up. But that was the most dramatic I've ever been. I actually slid out of my chair and I hit the ground. I was so mad about that death, and I really wish I would have had that on camera. Because normally, when the first Warlock died, I was just laughing my ass off. Now, to be in dungeons, you need to be level 13. So we can do dungeons on the other characters, but I really miss playing Warlock. Warlock is my favorite class. So we're going to focus on this Warlock and see if we can get her up to do dungeons. She's level 11, so it shouldn't take too long. But then it's also harder to get pulled into dungeons as DPS, especially low-level DPS, but Warlocks are nice. Almost everyone always wants a Warlock. Damn, that guy looks like my dog, Loki. I love your dog. I was listening to you talk about Chubbs a little bit and wanting to get the new pupper to like have Chubbs trade him. I think that's pretty cute. I'm glad to hear that Chubbs is still kicking though. Like, Chubbs is so cute. Did you hear about the Texas man made an anime ban bill and passed it? If anime is your issue in 2025, you're kind of cooked. Nah, dude, play what you want to play. All right, I appreciate that, sir. How's there an anime ban bill? Like, the fuck is that? There's like a hard piece of plastic in my cup or something. I want a puppy so bad, but everyone just busts my balls about it? No, I think that's a good idea. Like, there would be like a large loneliness period, and then you'd have to go through the whole puppy training phase. And like, if you do the puppy training phase now, it should be trained by the time, you know, what you're worried about happens. I think if you've got the rest of things going good, like whatever you're doing outside of Twitch for your main income, if that's going well and you can afford the other puppy, don't worry about it. Don't worry about what other people say. Just do what you want to do. But yeah, can you have any fun in Texas? I'm in an ad. Yeah. All right. I'll say that again once you get back. I don't know why. It's actually crazy that there was an ad, because I thought advertisers were pulling. How are there still ads if people aren't getting ad revenue? That doesn't make any sense. But we can talk about that later. Just interesting thing. I got a weird Discord message that I don't feel like dealing with right now. You ever get one of those people that thinks they're really smart and they just constantly have something to say about everything, but like 75% of what they say makes no sense? It was like one of those messages that it's like, Jesus, I don't even want to respond to that right now. But yeah, D-Day, I don't know if you're allowed to have any fun at all in Texas anymore. Like, how are you supposed to have fun there if you can't watch anime or porn? Now, to be fair, I don't really watch either of those anymore, but I don't think either of them should be banned. That's just stupid. Like, it's really, really weird. Is the ad break over? I need to bring up the other Twitch interface. Like, the chat that I have, that's the one downside about using Restream, is it doesn't have a lot of the interface stuff. Okay, yeah, it looks like the ad's back. Yeah, so what I will say is, like, don't even worry about what other people think. If you can afford to with whatever you're doing outside of Twitch for money and it would make you happy, just fucking do it. Don't listen to their bullshit. Everyone's always gonna naysay things because they're jealous of your happiness, or they think they know your life. Don't worry about those fuckers, you know? Well, you can shoot guns, I guess. That's true. Unlike in New Jersey. New Jersey, I'm pretty sure, unless they changed it, is the only state in the country where you're not allowed to have hollow point bullets, which is absolutely insane because hollow point bullets make guns safer. It's really ridiculous that they would ban something that makes your gun safer. But that's also what California does. They make it so in California, it's illegal to have a removable box magazine in your AR. So what that means is to empty your AR. I don't even know how you do that. Basically, they pretty much guarantee that someone at some point is going to have a negligent discharge because they make it so much harder to clear the firearm and make it safe. It's just absolutely insanely stupid. All right, where are we going? I could rant about dumb firearm laws forever. The downsides of being a firearms instructor. I'm not certified anymore, but I used to be a certified pistol instructor. Where... Oh, I've been shooting since I was like 7 years old in Boy Scouts and stuff. We have quests to do. So we got... Okay, this quest we can't do yet because we'll die. That quest will probably die. So we just got to go over and... We got to go to the next area. I'm too scared to shoot a gun? Oh, why? The first gun I shot was a oh, yeah. No. Honestly, whoever had you shoot a shotgun as your first gun was either an idiot or an asshole, and maybe a bit of both. Because shotguns are not beginner-friendly guns. One, they're basically the most dangerous gun. Yo sick? Who's saying yo sick? You trying to get sent? What the fuck? What the hell sent? Is he talking to me? Are you talking to me? Am I like... Just random duels? Okay, he caused a fucking bug with my... Anyways. So... shotguns are pretty much the least beginner-friendly firearm out there for so many reasons. They're the least safe firearm. And why do I mean by that? Not all shotguns are drop safe. Shotguns are, even modern shotguns, are the one firearm most likely to randomly go off if you drop it. Most pistols and rifles, like, here. I don't really want to go get my guns right now. Because, like, with the way Twitch is lately, I wouldn't be surprised if they decide, like, you're technically allowed to show your guns on Twitch, but I don't want to get banned for doing that. Just, like, with the stupid bullshit. You can. You even used to be able to... I mean, maybe they changed the rules again and they just didn't tell people. But you even used to be able to go to a gun range and shoot them. But I don't know if you can or if the rules are going to change, especially because they're kind of in hot water with all this Hassan bullshit right now. So I'm not going to risk it. But most guns that are pretty modern, you can... go and throw them against the wall and nothing is going to happen. However, shotguns are not true with that. Shotguns are, while many of the new ones are, shotguns aren't really made drop safe as a standard the way pistols and rifles are. So that in and of itself is like pretty crazy to give a beginner a shotgun, especially because of all the firearms. Unless you're using like a really insanely high power hunting rifle or anti-material rifle, which like the Barrett 50 cal, that's not actually a sniper rifle, because sniper rifles are generally anti-personnel rifles. It's a anti-material rifle. It was specifically made to kill trucks, not people. It's designed to shoot out like the 2-ton truck engines from long distances, or shoot out tank treads, things like that. That's why snipers don't actually use those in real lives. They use them in video games, or if it's it's also just a really expensive, really heavy weapon. Generally, you're better off using like a drone or something to do that same role. So, something like a 308 or there's lots of 308 rifles. Like, I think one of the most common sniper rifles, at least bolt action, is the Remington 700. Then there's DMRs, designated marksman rifles. Those are kind of like a cross between an assault rifle and a sniper rifle. They're usually semi-automatic instead of bolt action. Anything like that, also not something you want to give to a beginner. Now, they probably won't have as much kick as a shotgun. It all depends on how the rifle's set up, like the weight of the rifle, whether or not it has a spring-loaded buffer tube, all kinds of things like that. But absolutely also not something you want to give a beginner. There are lots of people that do it for fun because they think it's fun to watch beginners freak out. But not only is it bad because, like, you don't want to dissuade people from continuing to learn to shoot, but it's also bad because it's literally dangerous as fuck. One, even just losing control of the firearm is really bad, because if it flies out of their hands, their finger could catch the trigger on it flying out of their hand. If they start freaking out, they could point it unintentionally at someone. If it's a shotgun and it flies out of their hands, it could fall and hit the ground and go off. Now, the one type of firearm that is, most modern ones are pretty good, pistols that are revolvers sometimes aren't drop safe either. They can do what's called slam fire if it has an exposed hammer, right? So let me get a picture. If Twitch bans me for a picture of a firearm when Hassan is literally showing terrorist recruitment videos, I will lose my fucking shit. So, let's do... I'm trying to think of a model of firearm that has... an exposed hammer. So here, what? I clicked shopping, not images. Why did they move that? I mean, they probably did that years ago. So anything that has an exposed hammer like this, not always, but lots of revolvers, and there are double action pistols that have exposed hammers too. If that hammer, if something hits the back of that hard enough, it can cause the firearm to go off. But generally, these are relatively drop safe in that it's only going to go off if it hits directly on that hammer, and it's basically like a freak accident thing. Now, if we go revolver, I don't know any models that have it, but with shrouded hammer, these guys, they have that hammer, but it's in a little niche. I don't know if we can get a good angle. Yeah, like you can see it's a little groove. So there's almost no chance that this is going to go off accidentally, especially because revolvers generally have a much higher trigger pull strength, especially if they're double action. So there is a firearm that is notorious for going off, and that is the P320. It is from SIG, which is supposed to be one of the top gun manufacturers up there, but it had a huge I love how they're not allowed to teach you about guns, even though the vast majority of gun injuries come from a lack of knowledge about guns. You guys want to know why gun accidents and gun injuries are so bad these days? It's because people aren't allowed to teach about them anymore. So, Sig Sauer came out with a statement. The P320 cannot, under any circumstances, discharge without a trigger pull. That is fact. The allegations against the P320 are nothing more than individuals seeking to profit or avoid personal responsibility. This did not age well, because it turned out that, in fact, there were some manufacturing issues with it, which were causing it not to be drop safe. Now, eventually, they did fix it. But it was a big scandal that this firearm wasn't drop safe, especially because, as you can see, it doesn't have an exposed hammer. Now, I think it is a double action pistol, but that's not even what I have. I have a Springfield Mod 2. This is my everyday carry. This one. That one has the shorter barrel. This is my firearm, except for mine's 9mm, not 45 ACP. I also rechanged the... I redid the sights myself. I took the factory sights off, which are pretty good, and I put new sights on, and I put a additional grip wrap on it. Now, one of the things I love about this pistol is it's got two safeties. It doesn't have a manual safety, which the manual safety is something like you'll see on a 1911, which is one of the most classic firearms of all time. You've probably seen movies with these. I'm not sure exactly which one the safety is, because I personally haven't used a 911. I've never fired one of these. So this doesn't appear to have the safety. I know what this switch is. This switch is the decocker. So what that does is you can see the hammer here is back. No, it's not an LGBT thing. You can see the hammer here is back, and this one the hammer's forward. So that means that this is probably the safety, or maybe that's the slide lock. I'm not super familiar with the 1911 platform, but I've never fired one in real life. The thing that's very common for 1911s though is they have a manual safety, which before it will fire you need to switch off. Now this one appears to also have a grip safety back there, which means if you don't have it in your hand properly, it's not going to fire right. So if you look at mine, it has two safeties here. It's got that grip safety on the back, which means unless that is properly seated in my hand, it's not going to go off. It's not just going to get caught by something in my pocket and start blasting away. Also, you see how it's got this little lever in the trigger? That's a trigger safety too. So there's, even though there's not a manual safety that you have to switch on to get the gun to fire, unless you depress that grip safety and you hold the trigger properly, that the trigger safety is depressed, and both of those are depressed, then it's not going to go off. Also, I like this angle because you can see here it doesn't have a hammer. There's just a little button on there, which is the firing pin. This is called a striker fire type pistol. It's the same thing as a Glock basically, except for way better. Glocks are solid pistols, but there are some issues I have with Glocks. One is they have a weird grip angle. So if we go back and we compare, it's not the standard American grip angle. Let's just put it that way. So Glock grip angle, is there a comparison we can do? Yeah. So if you look, they have a more aggressive grip angle. So what that means is if you were to present the way you normally present a firearm and you are used to one or the other, your gun is either going to be aiming upwards or downwards. So if you are used to like American style hand grips or like the more standard hand grips, and you are shooting a Glock and you present quickly, it's going to be aiming upwards. If you're used to Glocks and you use a more traditional hand grip, it's going to be aiming downwards. So that can be pretty frustrating, but it looks here like people have modifications they can do to fix the grip angle, which brings me to the other problem I have with Glocks. Glocks are notorious for having terrible sights out of the box. I used a Glock once with the factory sights, and it was absolutely, we'll get to Hassan in a sec, actually, now that you asked. I'm just on a weird gun geek thing at the moment. I didn't see chat for like 10 minutes, but I'll get to that in a moment. So Glock have the most terrible sights out of the box, to the point where literally everyone says that knows anything about guns, if you get a Glock, you need to change the sights out of the box. So while they are absolutely good firearms for the price range that they're in, like, I would absolutely trust my life to a Glock. Don't get me wrong on that one. There are better options like the Springfield. Springfield has a new the Hellcat. It's more modern than mine, a little bit more compact. I would love to get my hands on one of these and try and fire this thing. The Ruger makes some great... Ruger has a Hellcat? I didn't even know about that. I've never heard of that. I've not been in the... Yeah, I was going to say, it's definitely a Springfield Hellcat. People just think... It's so good, people think it's a Ruger. I was so confused by that. So Ruger has like the LCPs. That's what they're pretty famous for. These are great little carry pistols. I shot one of these once when I was trying to decide what pistol I want, but I just didn't like it as much as the Springfield. One thing I suggest is before you buy a firearm, especially if you're going to go buy a personal like carry to keep you safe, make sure you test fire it first, right? Now, we talked about what are bad weapons to start a shooter on. What's a good weapon to start a shooter on? This. The Heritage Rough Rider Single Action 22. So, we talked about double action earlier. What a double action revolver means is that you can pull the trigger and it will automatically rotate the cylinder and pull the hammer back, and it's going to fire. Something like a Smith & Wesson, I forget what it's called, but there's a Smith & Wesson 357 I want. Smith and Wesson 3, that's a 2, 3, 5, 7. So like we can just go look at their stuff. One of these is almost certainly going to be, that's definitely internal. With the internal hammer, it's almost certainly going to be double action. But this, if you pull, let's see, is it going to say tech specs? Yeah, so single/double action. You can get ones that are either single either double action or single and double action. And I'll explain what single action means in a second. But basically, this, every time you pull the trigger, it's going to go off as long as there's still ammunition in there. What happens with single action is to rotate the cylinder, you need to pull the hammer back separately. And then to fire the gun and release the hammer, you need to pull the trigger. Pulling the trigger only releases the hammer. So what that means is before each shot, you need to manually pull the hammer back. That's why you see the old fan the hammer things in, like, for whatever his name was, Cassidy. They had to change that. So he's using a single action revolver. If we get like something like, I just want, okay, here we go. This is like the old Wild Wild West. Before the gun will fire, each time the hammer needs to be pulled back. So that's what the fanning the hammer does. Instead of needing to slowly cock it back each time, you just learn to kind of do it on a rhythm. So that's why they do it in movies and stuff like that, because you had to do that with those old single action pistols. Now, why is this type of pistol good for a beginner shooter? There are 3 reasons. I can't count. That's the second time that I've said that I've done a 2 instead of 3 tonight. I need more coffee. Give me a sec. So, the first reason is because since it's single action, if the new shooter makes a mistake or freaks out, there's much less likely chance of a negligent discharge. And there's really no accidents in firearms. People, I don't like the term accident, because an accident implies no one is at fault, and you are always responsible for every bullet that leaves your gun, right? So there's 2 types of unintentional discharges. Just the basic unintentional discharge and a negligent discharge. An unintentional discharge can be something like a hang round. What happens is sometimes you will fire a gun and the powder will burn really slow in the firearm. So it won't go off immediately. And it will seem like a dud, but it's not. So if you ever pull the trigger and nothing happens, don't automatically start trying to clear the weapon, because there might be a delay in the rate of the powder burn for some reason. And then either one of 2 things could happen. You could eject that round from the firearm, and then it's just going to like explode in the air or on the ground in front of you, which might not hurt anyone, because it's probably just going to blast the casing apart, unless it's a steel casing. And to really be effective and make that bullet dangerous, you need a metal tube to force the gashes in a certain direction. But it could like absolutely blast someone with some brass shrapnel, which isn't going to kill them, but it could leave some scars, cause someone to lose an eye. It could be very, very bad. So if you ever pull the trigger and nothing happens, you need to keep the gun pointed down range for about 30 seconds or so. And then if nothing happens, you go through your clearing procedure, check, see if there's a bullet in there, check, see if it was a failure to feed, all kinds of things like that. So that is technically an unintentional discharge. A dropped firearm that goes off and doesn't hurt anyone because all other firearm rules were being followed is also potentially, depending on who you ask, an unintentional discharge. As far as I'm concerned, the difference between an unintentional discharge and a negligent discharge is whether or not you are following the rules of firearm safety. Now, there's 3 primary rules. There's kind of 5 rules that people will switch in as the various firearm rules. So I'm going to give you like the 3 basic ones. Always treat every gun as if it is loaded, right? It doesn't matter whether you saw someone unload it and hand it to you. The moment you get that firearm, you check to make sure it's clear, or if you know it's loaded, you absolutely 100% treat it like it's loaded. And even once you know it's clear, you still treat it like it's loaded, which means you need to follow all of the other gun rules at all times. And the 2 other, like, of the primary 3 are always keep your finger off of the trigger until you're ready to fire, right? This is one of the biggest mistakes I see a lot of people see. This is why people like Plexico Burris blast off their own dick and things like that. It's because they go into their pants to like whip their gun out at the club to make people think they're cool, which is what happened with Plexico Burris, and they stick their finger in the trigger well and pull the trigger and blow their own nutsack off. If the trigger guard, sorry, if you don't touch the trigger, 99% of the time, the gun is not going to go off. The other and third rule is keep the gun pointed in a safe direction. Now, what is a safe direction? That depends on the situation. Now, there's another version of this, which people say, never point the gun at anything you aren't willing to destroy. One, that's way more complicated to remember, but it does kind of make a little more sense. So that's why we're talking about it, because generally a safe direction is don't point the gun at anybody, right? But what if a person is trying to mug you? Well, then in that point, in that situation, the safe direction is at the person who is trying to hurt you, right? So in that situation, you're absolutely willing to destroy that person too. So those are the primary 3 gun rules. Always treat every gun as if it is loaded, which can also sometimes be stated, keep every gun unloaded until you're ready to use it, which that has mixed understandings too. I don't like that version because it might lull someone into this false sense of like, oh, well, this gun isn't loaded, so I know this gun isn't loaded. No, just always treat it as if it's loaded. But you should also keep a gun unloaded until you're ready to use it. But when are you ready to use it? Well, I am always ready to use 2 of my guns, and they exist in 2 different states of readiness. My pistol is always loaded with a round in the chamber, so I can pull that off and start popping off immediately. My AR, it does not have a round in the chamber. However, it is loaded, so all I need to do is rack the slide and use that. Now, why the 2 different states of readiness? Well, the pistol is my everyday carry. So that's just always in my pants. And it's one of those things where if I'm out and about and someone tries to run up on me and do serious bodily harm, you can remember, you can only use lethal force in response to lethal force, even in most stand your ground states. So if someone tries to do grievous bodily harm to me, I need to be able to react within seconds. And that's also why I don't like manual safeties, because every little step you put between you and protecting yourself gives the bad guy more time to fuck you up. So not only that, people lose their ability to think properly when their life is at stake. There are lots of documented cases where people tried to draw and fire a firearm in defense, but it didn't go off because they didn't rack the slide to load something into the chamber, or because they didn't disengage the manual safety. So it's really important, in my opinion, if you're going to carry a firearm, unless you have training that is otherwise. And specifically, the one example I can think of is the Israeli Defense Force. So they train their soldiers, I believe. This is just something I've heard. This is hearsay. I'm not an expert on the IDF. They train their soldiers to always carry without one in the chamber, and to immediately rack the slide as part of their draw procedure. If you have that drilled into your mentality, then you should carry the way you were trained. But for the vast majority of people, civilians and anyone that was trained to carry with one in the chamber, you should always carry with one in the chamber. Now, why doesn't the AR have one in the chamber currently? The reason is that's like my home invasion firearm. If someone is breaking into my house and I'm not in the room with my pistol, it's down here, right? It's behind the camera. I probably shouldn't tell you guys that for tactical reasons, but it's in the room with me. So if someone is breaking into my house, I'm going to hear it before they get to me. And I will have more than enough time to pick the rifle up, rack the slide, or pull the charging handle in that case, and be ready to deal with the home invader. So it's one extra level of safety for a firearm that doesn't need to be ready as quick. Now, the 4th and 5th gun rules are know your target and what is around it, which is something a lot of cops have a difficulty with. I recently saw a video where a cop was being really aggressive towards a retired Marine and her battle dog. I don't know what the official term for it is, but she was a retired Marine and she had a dog that had served with her and was a trained combat dog. And the guy was being insanely aggressive towards this woman and her child and her dog. And the dog is trained to respond to threats. So she was like, okay, hold up, man. Just wait. Give me a minute to tie the dog to the train track so nothing happens. And the guy didn't wait. Like, he said, okay, go do that. But then as soon as she turned around to go do it, the guy started walking up on her. And the dog has been trained for its entire life to protect her from threats and sense the officer as a threat. So as it was trained to do, it ran up and bit him on the leg. This officer started firing his weapon at the dog, shot the retired Marine, and nearly shot her toddler as well. He did not know his target and what was around it. And more importantly than that, he did not follow any type of logical form of de-escalation. So, absolute total fuck up on his part. Of course, I'm pretty sure the police his own police department investigated him and found that he did nothing wrong, because, you know, cops always cover for each other. But so always pay attention to what you're shooting at, because It could be an animal. It could be a person walking towards your target. There could be something behind your target. You should never shoot at a target at the top of a hill because you don't know what's on the other side of that hill. You want to shoot, if you're like out hunting, you want to make sure you shoot at a target that if you miss, that bullet's going into the dirt. So don't just know what you're shooting at, but know everything around it too. That's the fourth rule, which sometimes people say always keep. Sometimes people will say that instead of always keep the firearm pointed in a safe direction. But I feel like always keep the firearm pointed in a safe direction is more important and more general. And then the fifth one, which I don't hear a lot of people say, but is absolutely necessary as well, is always wear personal protective equipment, which is eye protection. Glasses are okay, but you should probably have something better. And I say that usually only shooting with my glasses. But the big one really is hearing protection. Earplugs, ear muffs. I have really nice shooting ear muffs I can get to show you guys. But you should always have, well, it's not even the backfires. One, if it's a semi-automatic pistol, not a revolver, but like my Mod 2, this is going to eject the casing out every single time. And that just contained a miniature explosion. You know what's crazy? I actually have the magazine right here. This is one of the magazines that came with it. So you see there's two magazines that come with it. There's this magazine, which is this one. It's a 13-round magazine, I think. Yeah, this is a 13-round magazine. And then there's this one with the pinky extension that also comes with it. This is a 16-round magazine. This is the one that I have two of these, I think. I either have two or three. No, I think I have four total. But I have two of these that I carry as part of my kit. Two stay in my range bag. One stays loaded. The other goes in my pocket. This is what I normally carry with. This magazine, because it's the only one I have that's a 13, I actually have what are called snap caps in this. Give me a sec. I'm going to switch scenes real quick. So these snap caps are little fake bullets that are designed primarily just for practice, right? You can use it, and some of the older firearms, you can't dry fire them, which means pulling the trigger without a bullet in it, because it's a metal hammer that's going to strike a metal piece if there's no bullet in there, and they could damage the firearm if you dry fire it. Most of these newer guns are fine to dry fire, but there is a little rubber thing there. It's not really going to focus on that, I guess. Instead of you can probably see that fine. Instead of the primer cap that would cause the bullet to go off, there's a little rubber piece there that's designed to catch the hammer or the firing pin, so it's not going to damage the internals of the weapon. But also you can use this to practice dry firing, practice cycling your weapon. It's really good to, if you have to disassemble your weapon to clean it and put it back together, you don't know for a fact it's going to fire, but if it manages to load and cycle one of these snap caps after reassembly, then it's like 90% going to work because all the internal workings work. So definitely what happens though is let's get ammunition cross section. So if you look, there's several parts to a bullet. This is like a 9mm probably. That's what it looks like. So you have the bullet itself. I said there's several parts to a bullet. There's several parts to a piece of ammunition. You have the bullet itself. You have the powder charge, which are both contained within the casing, which is usually brass. A lot of Eastern weapons like AKs use steel, but then you have the primer charge down here. So what happens is this little, when struck with the hammer, now there's another way to do it too. If we can get a rimfire weapon, is there a rimfire weapon? So there's two types of casings, rimfire and centerfire. Centerfire means that it has this right here. Oh, this is not it. These are all centerfires. Can we get a rimfire? Rimfire is like a 22. We can just type that in. Rimfire. Oh my god, I can't type. So the difference, they're not gonna really show there, but so okay, this one has it. If you here, instead of in the center like it is, oh, this one's perfect. So if you look right here, can this get bigger? That's what she said. If you look right here, oh, you can't see because it's on the wrong scene. So if you look right here, we have a rimfire, which is like a 22. Then we have a centerfire, which is like a 40, 45, 9mm. To go back over it again, since I messed up, since I wasn't on the right scene earlier, you have the bullets, you have the powder charge, you have the casing, which is often but not always brass, and then you have the primer. This is a centerfire cartridge. The primer is in the center. You have a rimfire cartridge, which is the rim. The primer is in the rim. Now, what happens is centerfire cartridges are generally more consistent because there's a firing cap basically, and the firing pin or the hammer strikes directly on this cap, and as long as everything's working fine, it's just going to go ahead and ignite that primer charge, which ignites the powder charge and blows the bullet down the barrel. Now, rimfires are a little bit different because what happens is instead of striking the center, the hammer strikes the edge of the casing, and it actually crushes the casing a little bit, and then that causes the primer to go off and ignite the powder. And because it often takes a little more force to dent that casing, and also because since it's spread around the inside, the primer isn't always as consistent. So even though at this point with the technology, there's very little difference in reliability as long as you're getting good quality ammunition, centerfire ammunition is going to have less duds than rimfire in almost every single situation. All right. So, yeah, I think that's a good cover of that. This is, oh, the other reason why, I didn't finish the reasons why the Heritage 22 is my favorite weapon for teaching a new shooter. So the first reason I said is because of it being a single action rifle, pistol. Brain fried, let me drink some coffee. This motherfucker back there is basically a rifle. Look at that thing. Holy shit. Because of it being a single action pistol, they are only going to fire one bullet at a time, even if they start freaking out. The downside with semi-automatic pistols or dual action pistols is that every time you pull the trigger, a new bullet is going to fire. So if the person starts freaking out and tenses out, up and pulls the trigger again when they're not ready, it's going to go off again, and that's going to scare them even more. So the nice thing about a single action pistol is before every shot, they need to pull the hammer again, and they need to prepare themselves, and it's much more measured and chill, basically, for a new shooter. And if they make a mistake, it's not gonna be a cascading fuck up, where I see lots of issues where people use like a fully automatic rifle for the first time, and they like brain freezes and they don't let go, and they like shoot up the fucking ceiling or something like that. That's not gonna happen with a single action revolver ever. Now, the second reason that I think this is the best firearm to teach a new shooter with is that it's using 22, and especially the longer barrel version like this, not the super long version, but you also don't really want the shorter barrel version. The longer barrel version of this, with the weight, it is not gonna have any kick it. Now the shorter barrel, it's not a problem really. Like even the snub nose, not really a problem. But the more barrel length, the better, for two reasons. One, additional weight means less kick. So they're barely gonna feel it at all with this longer barrel. It's not any more kick really than a powerful air rifle, like a powerful BB gun. So it's not going to scare the crap out of them. It's not a big bang. It's a nice little pop. It's pretty tame as far as firearms go in general. And the third reason that I like to use this for beginners is just because of the aesthetics, right? It's a cowboy gun, and it feels kind of cool to shoot the cowboy gun, especially here in America, you know? I saw a thing where recently, like, you know how we have like the Japanese weebs here? There's like a whole Japanese into Wild Wild West counterculture type thing that they have over there, and I think that's really cool. I saw some guy like twirling around revolvers like he was in ways that I would never ever want to do, simply because at some point to twirl a revolver like that you need to flag yourself, which means the barrel crosses your arm or your leg, which never point a firearm at something you're not willing to destroy, or always keep it pointed in a safe direction. To actually spin a firearm like that, you need to point it at yourself at some point. So I'm just not down with doing that. Maybe they like Trigun, possibly. It's going great, Bernice. How about you? We're talking about firearms because one of my good friends popped in and got me started, and now I've been going for like 20 minutes straight. But we were gonna go back to the Hassan situation real quick. She's not aware of what exactly happened with the Hassan thing. So the decoy voice video probably goes over it, but I'll give you a quick rundown. Can we talk a bit? Sure. What do you want to talk about? Go ahead and post it while I do this quick rundown. So what happened with Hassan, if you're still here and didn't leave while I was rambling about random bullshit, which if you did, that's fine. I don't care. Like, I do care, but I'm not going to stop streaming or anything like that. So what happened with Hassan is, for like months, he's been pretty much actively promoting terrorism, where he says like he supports the Houthis, he's a fan of Hamas, all kinds of things like this, where he's like actively promoting terrorism on his stream, and he never gets banned for it or anything. Meanwhile, someone else on Twitch can call someone fat Tectone specifically called Frogan Fat, and he got banned for that for 2 weeks. On the other side of things, Asmongold said something like Palestinians had a backwards inferior culture or something like that. I don't know the exact quote, but he got banned for that for 2 weeks. And I think I think getting banned for calling someone fat for 2 weeks is appropriate? No. But I do think the Asmongold ban, I can kind of see that because it goes against the Twitch stated terms of service. And it's definitely a little bit more egregious than just calling someone fat. Now, to be fair, Tectone did get unbanned after 1 day, but it was after doing like a sensitivity training type thing. Now, recently, Hassan has finally gotten banned, and it was for reading the manifesto of the guy that shot the 2 Israeli diplomats on his stream. It was just a 24-hour ban. As far as we're aware, he didn't have to do any kind of appeal or anything. It was just a 24-hour ban. So what this has basically done is it's signified to advertisers and the news media in general that Hassan and Twitch are pro-terrorism. And that's been very, very bad look. Do you like anime? Yeah, kind of. I'm not super big into anime, but I do have some anime I really like. My favorite anime is The Big O, and I also like Appleseed is a really good one. Let's see, what else is there? I did watch some of Jujutsu Kaisen. That's not bad. Yu Yu Hakusho, that was a good one as well. So there's some anime that I like. I don't like any of the lolly bullshit. I'm just totally against that. But anime in general, I'm not into hentai or anything like that. That's just weird to me. But anime in general, I'm fine with, yeah. Why are you asking, Bernice? But yeah, so that was like a general overview of the whole Hassan situation. Let's see what Decoy Voice has to say about it. He'll probably go into a little more detail.
Hassan isn't quite like The Rock fighting John Cena, but like when John Cena shows up when you're just about to go, as Hassan desperately tries to track down.
Yeah, it's pretty insane. I feel like Hassan may have actually killed Twitch because let's see. There's been a lot of YouTubers or Twitch streamers, I mean, talking about their ad revenue dying before this. Okay, we could just do Adpocalypse, I guess. That was like the old Adpocalypse. There's a new Adpocalypse. These are all from the old ones. Okay. Twitch ad revenue. Is there like something recent? Sort by upload date. Yeah, let's just watch this real quick. Do you have any favorite character? Oh, that's a good question. In which anime? I think probably all in all. If I had to pick just one across all of the animes, even though I like Big O better, I think my favorite character would be Dunin Newt. I think that's her name, from Appleseed. Yeah. Total badass. I also like generally the white hair the white hair instructor type guys. For example, in Jujutsu Kaisen, I like what's his name? Oh my god, where's the K? It begins with a G. Gojo. Right? Yeah. Gojo's sick in what's it called? The ninja one. I can't remember what the ninja one's called right now. Holy shit, my brain is fried. It was in Shonen Jump. I used to read a little bit of Shonen Jump when I was young. Kakashi. Oh, I like him. I don't remember what the actual this guy. Naruto. However you say it. I like him a lot too. Alright. Any of the most favorite one? Yeah, so like those are probably my three favorites. Dunin, Gojo, and Kakashi. Alright, so recently I don't want to see, yeah, we'll watch this one. This is the one I saw. This has been happening very, very recently. But this was before the most recent Hassan bullshit.
Twitch revenue is at an all-time low. Is it really? Is this true?
This is how the Twitch ad revenue has gone. Ad revenue is an all-time low. And not down to zero. This is a little bit overdone, of course. Take it easy.
Yeah.
This is a little bit over. We're exaggerating. It's not from. It isn't cut down to 10%.
What if I define? I don't have any money to pay for commissions. Good luck though. Hopefully you find something.
It is down. I talked to Miskiff about it yesterday.
If you're not aware, Twitch ad revenue is down. No, I'm just kidding. I don't get enough Twitch ad revenue to make a difference, to be honest. I get like $1 per stream, if that. I don't even know. It's probably like 10 cents per stream now. But this is so this has been an issue before Hassan's latest thing, and it's mostly due to Hassan, and the primary reason, well, not necessarily just Hassan, it's all of the extreme leftists that are very pro-terrorism, because you have to remember, most of the big advertisers like Coca-Cola, Nike, Honda, they have very sanitized brands, so they don't want their ads being shown next to pro-terrorism streamers.
It isn't cut down to 10%. But it is down. I talked to Miskiff about it yesterday as well.
This is my graph.
And he said he looked at his when he saw his dash.
Asmongold's graph doesn't matter because he has like shit turned off 90%. He doesn't really get the ad revenue. He does a little bit. I think he eventually turned it back on, and part of it was Twitch made him. Originally, he streams. Get off the headphones, Charlie. He streams on an account called Zach Rarnow, specifically because he didn't want to deal with the ads, and he made the new account, and eventually they made him turn ad revenue on the account. He made him turn ads on, but he doesn't really care about the ad revenue. So his graph is basically an outlier. It's important, but it's still an outlier. What do you think? I told you, Bernice, I don't have money to pay for commissions. If you want to just do it to practice your art, go for it. But I'm not paying you anything for it. I fucking hate Hassan, honestly. Oh yeah, he's the biggest lying piece of shit ever. He's an absolute insane grifter. He's one of the most successful political grifters I've ever seen. So you got to give him his props, right? He makes a lot of money off lying to people and bitching and complaining like a toddler, even though he's like a 30-something-year-old man. But he's absolutely helping to kill Twitch right now. And this is part of the demonstration of why. Fear-mongering? Yeah, you're 100% right.
Dashboard, the ad revenue compared to before, it's so shit. But that's good that we have Kick as well, that we can help us. Maybe that will...
So basically, we have. Let's see if I can pull it up. So this is the amount of money I get from ads every single week. So on April 28th, I made $0 from ads. On the 29th, I made 0.03 cents from ads.
He doesn't run
the,
ads,
6th,
so that's why.
0.06 cents from ads. This one was really weird. On May 1st, I actually made $6 from advertising, which is crazy.
What's crazy is that I've had days where I made more money on ads than Asmongold.
$17 on Sunday.
I don't like running ads, by the way. I just dislike the pre-roll ad more than I dislike ads in the middle. I wish there were a way to turn them off entirely, but there is none. They either make you deal with the pre-roll ad, and to be honest, if I drop into someone's chat and they have pre-roll ads on, I generally just go to a different channel, unless it's someone that I really, really am a big fan of. But, so that's why personally I have the ad manager turned on, but I've set the ads to try and be as minimally disruptive as possible. I set them to the smallest amount I could. It makes you run a certain amount to keep pre-roll ads off, but I kept it as short and spaced out as possible. If I made them shorter, it would have made me run like twice as many ads breaks, which I feel like double the number of 30-second ad breaks would be annoying. But I also hate like the fucking 3-minute ad breaks where you're having a conversation with someone, you come back and they're on an entirely different conversation. So I have it set to like the 1-minute ad break, which feels like the least shitty of all the shitty ad options that Twitch gives us. I very much would prefer to have just banner ads or something like that. I feel like there are absolutely better ways to advertise. I feel like there's basically better ways to do everything that Twitch does, which makes me sad because you're going to see a graph here in this video that I believe Twitch is dying. Now, is it going to just disappear like Mixer? No. I think it's going to be a long, slow, drawn-out death unless something really bad happens. Or the only way to save it is to like entirely redo the leadership of Twitch, because who's ever running Twitch is running it right into the ground. Get Wrecked D-Day's channel. Oh yeah. Kick have ads just started here. I have no idea, Midget Cow. I don't think they... Well, this is why Twitch is dying hard. Absolutely. I don't think they really need ads on Kick, because Kick is backed by stake. So I did recently just get monetized on Kick, so I can get those subs now. And I think you're my first Kick sub ever, Midget. So I really appreciate that. But as far as I'm aware, I've never seen ads on Kick. Revenue. maybe you have to be at a higher level, but I don't see any options for ads on Kick right now. All I see are subs. Yeah, you are my first and only Kick sub, Midget Gal, so truly appreciated, bro. But Kick is backed by Stake, which is a gambling website which has a huge amount of income. So now, that being said, Twitch is backed by Amazon, which is Amazon, so that also has a huge amount of income. But the question remains then, why does Twitch need ads and Kick doesn't? You know? Can't you have a 3-minute ad break per hour? Yes, but the thing is, I don't do that, Midget Cow. I don't take hourly breaks. I stream for 6 hours without standing up. And then I realized, like, oh, wait, I should probably go, like, stretch my legs or something. And I also hate the 3-minute ad breaks. Those, personally, as a viewer, like, maybe it's just because I'm weird and I'm a degenerate gamer and person that can sit at my PC for 8 hours without standing up. But the 3-minute ad breaks, when I get those as a viewer, I just go watch another streamer. I'm like, bro, I got to sit through 3 minutes of ads now. I don't want to deal with that shit. Well, just something as small as the inflation on subs. It's insane. Oh, yeah. When I first started, subs were $4, now $6. They're $6 now? I didn't know that. If you try to sub on mobile, it's actually $7. Yeah, never sub on mobile. But that's not really Twitch's fault. That's usually Apple's fault. I don't know if Android phones have to pay more to sub on mobile. But what you can do, I think, is use your mobile browser to watch twitch.com, right, Charlie? And then you can sub through your mobile browser. And I think you should get around the mobile bonus, but I'm not sure. Also, they put all their money into a few creators. They all kind of blew it for the platform. Oh, absolutely. I'm in an ad. Oh, no, dude, we spoke it into existence. Let me tab over so I could see when it comes out. Okay, it just finished. I'm back. Welcome back. Yeah, so basically what I was saying is I was just agreeing with you. Basically, they absolutely did that. And the creators that are ruining it are Hassan and Denims and I don't know who else. But those are just the two that come to the top of my mind. Frogan somehow is relevant, even though she doesn't get remotely the number of viewers that the other people do. Not saying that as like, I get a lot of viewers, obviously, but it's just, I don't understand how everyone's always talking about this streamer that nobody watches. But on the other side, on the flip side, you have people like Asmongold, who's actually bringing in more viewers than Hassan right now, but doesn't get any love from Twitch at all. It makes no sense. Whoever is running Twitch is like just a massive group of idiots. I think it started dying when Dr. Disrespect had the scandal and when Ninja left for Mixer. So I don't think Ninja had a major effect. In fact, I think that was a bad move for Ninja, probably. At that time, Twitch was still really strong. Now, don't get me wrong. I was streaming on Mixer, but I was multi-streaming. So I was also streaming on Twitch at the same time. Now, how bad of a deal was it for Ninja is a question. Because here's the thing. If you look at just money-wise, he got a bag from Microsoft, because that's who owned Mixer, to go over to Mixer. So he definitely made a lot of money off of it. But the problem was he was kind of already struggling as a top Fortnite creator simply because other people were getting good at Fortnite. You know, he was the first, but then other people started playing on his level and even surpassing him, and he's kind of a dick. Other people were less confrontational and more friendly with their stream and less full of themselves. So he was like holding ground, but definitely not as dominant in the Fortnite space as he used to be. Then when he left to Mixer, people didn't go with him. Most of the audience stayed on Twitch and just started watching other Fortnite streamers. And by the time he came back, they were like, well, why would I watch this dude anymore? So that was like a big mistake for him, in my opinion. But the big slip up for Twitch was the Dr. Disrespect stuff, right? That was the first pebble in the landslide, where before that we hadn't really seen a Twitch scandal, you know? Up to that, before that, it was just like Minecraft YouTubers doing that stuff. So that definitely threw some shade on Twitch. But I feel like the biggest issue and the number one reason for these ad revenue reductions on Twitch has been Hasan himself. Yes, and it's not even that Twitch got super political, because that in a way is good, right? Politics pisses people off and people want to shout about things that annoy them. So it's good for engagement. It's good for viewership. Like, having politics on the platform overall as a whole is good for two reasons. One, it's just good to get people on the platform and have them engage with the platform. But two, I believe we need to talk about those things. And I think if you ban politics from the platform, then you can't make any argument about protecting free speech whatsoever. You're doing exactly the opposite. That's straight up censorship. So I think having politics on the platform overall is good. The problem with Twitch is the unequal enforcement of politics things, where you can do whatever you want. You can be the most extreme pro-terrorist leftist, but if you even see something that's slightly right-leaning at all, you get banned for 2 weeks. And that's where they fucked up. I personally think YouTube streaming is better than Twitch. Oh no, there should be politics, but oversaturated and pushing it, only allowing one thing to be said. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I have mixed feelings about YouTube streaming. I don't like the interface as a streamer for YouTube sucks. I have no idea what's going on at my YouTube stream at any time unless someone talks to me in chat on YouTube. I want to fix this. I'm gonna, in the background, so I only stream evenings. I stream Sunday through Thursday from like 5 p.m. until whenever I get too tired to stream and I go to sleep. Every morning I'm doing other things. Now, right now, this week, we've actually had a change of plans. I need to paint the basement because we're getting a new washer. I thought it was going to be like a month or two at least before I got a new washer. So I was kind of lagging behind on doing this, but I recently got some text messages from my dad today where I think they're going to try and get one up here this week. So what I thought was going to happen was my parents have moved out of the country for a while now. They live in a Caribbean island. And my washer died. So they're selling stuff from the house in Pittsburgh. I live in Erie now. And I was like, well, since my washer died, can I just have the washer from the house in Pittsburgh before you get rid of it? And they were like, yeah, sure. But now it seems like they were just like, you know what? We'll just buy a new washer for you to have up there. I'm like, okay, I'm fine with that. I'm not going to say no to a brand new washer. But also, I was expecting to have like a couple months until they came back into the country to fix stuff in the Pittsburgh house to repaint the basement floor. And now this week, it's necessary for me to do that. So before the stream today, instead of doing the back end stuff that I normally do, I was out there, I unplugged the washer and dryer and I moved them. There's this giant freezer that I never have plugged in that you could fit like 5 bodies in. I had to move that thing by myself. And then I washed and mopped the whole floor, but it came out like dark black brown basically. So I'm gonna mop it again before because you can't paint a dirty floor no matter like what kind of floor it is. I'm gonna mop it again before I go to sleep and then wake up tomorrow and mop it one more time. And depending on how much time it takes, I might actually be doing a basement painting stream tomorrow instead of a just chatting and gaming stream, because I still want to go live by 5 p.m. But I also need to get this done because I don't know when the new washer's coming, and I want the floor painted before that happens, so I don't need to worry about that afterwards. But normally, when I don't have continued renovations to do on the house, for example, I renovated this whole room. I turned this into a studio. But when I'm not doing renovations on the house, in the morning, I'm working on other back-end things. So Twitch and streaming, even though I'm a full-time content creator now, they're not ever going to intentionally be my full income. Now, right now, I technically make more from streaming than anything, especially with the Factor sponsorship I was running last month. I'm going to do a HelloFresh sponsorship this month, assuming it's still active and open. I just haven't had time to set it up. I need to still set up the payment processing stuff apparently for the old sponsorship, and with the new bullshit that came up, I haven't done that yet. But I'm working on a brand new YouTube channel. I'm working on streamer tools. Well, I need to learn coding first. So we're probably going to do some coding streams where I learn basic coding and then use the AI to help me do exactly what I want to do. Because I've done a little bit of coding stuff, but it was all just asking the AI what to type. And I don't want to just entirely rely on AI. I want to actually know it myself. I used to know a little bit of coding when I did websites for HTML, but I've basically forgotten all of that. So there's a lot of stuff I'm working on, and I don't even remember what I started talking about, why I went down this random thought train. Just planning for them bodies? Oh, always, bro. Yeah, it doesn't. Oh, yeah. Yeah, YouTube doesn't promote live streams well. That's what I was talking about. I want to, one of the things that I want to make for streamers is something that makes YouTube easier to use as a streamer. So the integrated chat that Restream gives me is nice, but I don't have any activity feed for Restream, and I don't have a unified activity feed. What I do is, I don't think I can show you this window. Here, I can take a screenshot of it though. We're going to do this. So this is what I have basically, where I have the Restream chat here, I have the Kick dashboard, I have the Twitch dashboard, but I don't see anything from YouTube unless someone talks in chat. Now, I'm working on setting up the bot for Kick, which hopefully that has integrations that will show me YouTube stuff as well. But what I really want is one program that's just going to show me chat and all the activity feeds unified together. And that doesn't seem to exist. So I'll probably make it myself, among other things. I can't actually find good streams on YouTube. Yeah. YouTube. So YouTube, last I checked, is the largest streaming platform, but it's not for streamers. It's for things like the Olympics or the Super Bowl. Those things generally get streamed on there, and that's where almost all of YouTube's streaming's big numbers come from. Twitch and Kick do much better as far as like individual streamers. So YouTube's biggest problem with streaming is just the usability. It doesn't promote new streamers at all. If you're subscribed to someone and following them, then they'll show up. Like, I think, where was it? If we go, I don't know if she's still alive, but if we go look, so there's me. I'm subscribed to myself, and you can see me. There's Avery Petite. We can see her, but as far as that, it's not showing anyone that is, you gotta like actually tab over. Look, I'm subscribed to that guy. I had no idea he was live. I don't know if I'm subscribed to any of these other people it's showing. I don't really like, there's Dr. Disrespect, 9.4K, and he's down that far. It doesn't promote live streamers very well at all, and it kind of makes no sense. It's just like a random smattering of bullshit, you know? That would be nice if you make them one on multi-streams if that happens. Yeah. Sub here now. Appreciate JL. Awesome. Thank you so much. PDF and 9K. Wow. What's PDF and 9K? Oh, you mean Disrespect? Where is he? Yeah. I mean, people don't care. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily take all those accusations serious. I'm the type of person that wants to see evidence, right? But it gets to a point where I'm not going to say he did it or didn't do it, but if he's saying the messages weren't that bad, then just put out the messages, bro. You know? I know you've got them on file because there was a whole lawsuit over it apparently, like him versus Twitch. So, definitely got those messages on file. If the messages aren't that bad, then just show us the messages and let us judge for ourselves. That's how I feel about it personally, you know? But yeah, so Twitch is so over. Oh, that's mine. Wasn't Asmongold's named like the exact same thing? Am I just stealing Asmongold's video titles? Did I not? Where is it? This is, where'd the video go? Twitch is so cooked. That's his, okay.
May the 4th.
All right.
Crazy amount of money there.
Like I said, his ad revenue doesn't matter because he like doesn't run ads at all, or like kind of does. Also, Twitch hates him. So they might just shut off his ad revenue for fun and take all the money themselves.
And let's take a look at this here. $15 in ads. Now we're back again at 11 cents for ads.
He's just memeing,
21
of
cents
course.
for ads. 10 cents for ads. Let's see here. 17 cents for ads. 0.07 cents for ads. And they've also taken away my turbo payments as well. So for a while, I was getting paid a lot.
So that
with
was the
Turbo
big thing.
because I have a lot of viewers and tons of people watch me. So
He was getting like $600, $700 a day from Turbo, which if you're not familiar, Turbo is like the platform-wide subscription. I think it's $15 per month. Guys, if you are watching me on Twitch, absolutely, assuming you watch anyone else other than me. If you only watch me, then it's not worth it. But if you watch any other channels besides mine and you don't have Twitch Turbo, get Twitch Turbo, because that will prevent you from seeing ads on every single channel. So it's way, way better for you as a viewer if you watch more than one Twitch channel to subscribe to Twitch Turbo over subscribing to individual streamers.
So Turbo was getting aggregated in as the percentage of people, because let me explain how much money I would be making if I had advertisement turned on for this level of delivery.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he'll show you
So,
what it would
I'm
actually
going to
be.
go ahead and just give you an idea about how much money this would have been. Okay. All right. So we have 39,000. This is the amount of money that I made. This is the amount of money I would have made if I had ads enabled. Now, I know this very well. I've streamed on Twitch for a long time.
Which is
Probably not.
insane.
Yes, exactly. And so enable them wholly. Who cares?
Yeah.
Per month.
He has so much money he doesn't need to.
On this channel.
400K
And so, yes,
per month
exactly. It's
from
a lot of
ad
money.
revenue. That's
And,
insane.
Seeing it that much doesn't make me jealous. It makes me want to grind harder. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, as long as you're making, like, you don't need to make $1 million a month to be happy. If you make $100,000 to $200,000 a year, you will start capping out on happiness. If you think, and if you're making $150,000 a year and you don't live in San Francisco,
I think it's actually closer to 300K, accounting for inflation and everything. There was a study that was done a while ago where, yes, more money does equal more happiness, but only up to a certain point. And then once you reach that point, more money starts decreasing your happiness again. It's like a bell curve. So the primary reason is because below certain levels, you reach there's basically 3 tiers. There's the level where you don't have money to pay for your necessities. Then there's the level where you only have money to pay for your necessities. Then there's the level where you have money to pay for your necessities and some fun things. Then the level above that, above those 3 tiers, is the truly successful level where you can basically buy anything you want as long as it's not just random wasteful spending, and that's that 300K range. Once you hit 300K, you can get anything you want, basically, as long as it's not insane. And at that point, more money doesn't increase your happiness. At that point, more money usually decreases your happiness, because as they say, more money, more problems. JL, is me, by the way. LOL, just YouTube is linked to my personal email, not gaming email. Yeah, that's so cool. Don't go buying McLarens. Yeah, or if you do buy a McLaren, don't wreck it while texting and live streaming, and then see your friend in the car who's literally bleeding from his fucking head and tell him to hold the camera so he can film it. Not talking about anyone in particular or anything. No, but honestly, I have no problem with buying a McLaren. But that's generally one of those things where even if you are doing the 300K, you probably want to save up for that, you know? Get a freaking nice get like a Mercedes or something first, or like a BMW, and just drive that for a while you save up for the McLaren.
Or New York, right? You live in an average city and you are unhappy and you're making $150,000, $200,000 a year. You probably will.
Yes, if you're unhappy at that level, like actually unhappy at $150,000 to $200,000, you're doing something wrong. Now, it's one of those diminishing returns things too, where you probably will be happier at 300K, but only slightly happier compared to where you would be at like 60 or 80K, you know? Going from like 60 or 80K a year to 150K a year, you're like, oh, finally, I don't need to worry about one bad month ruining me anymore.
Will not be happier with more money. Just being honest. Just being honest. Like, your problem is probably not money. And this is, by the way, a statistical wrong. Guys,
don't even...
There is never... Like, I have never been more right. That's not true. There have been a lot of times that I've been more right than this, even though this is
like,
statistically proven.
Don't even react to the idiots in chat
this is
sometimes.
a statistically observed
I
and
mean,
proven phenomenon. You can research it. And
he does it sometimes to farm, but I also feel like sometimes he doesn't need to react to some of the idiots. Like, you could tell that kind of stressed him out a little bit. It's like, dude, most people are terrible at statistics. Just because Asmon and I understand statistics doesn't mean the rest of the world is going to do that. And if you get upset over your chat not understanding statistics, then don't read those comments.
Like, I have never been more right. That's not true. There have been a lot of times that I've been more right than this, even though this is statistically proven. But this is a statistically observed and proven phenomenon. You can research it and look into it yourself. There's a tremendous amount of diminishing returns once an individual reaches the money where they have enough money to effectively live a relatively, worry-free lifestyle, right? And so that's it. So I used to make tons of money off of Turbo. You guys see this. This is $500 per Turbo every single month. So let's take a look at how much money I was making from Turbo. I made $17,000 from Turbo last month. This month, I have made $4.
$4 from Turbo.
Go from $17,000, and you go from that to $4, gentlemen. Are they still hiring?
He could own
guys,
the McDonald's, by the way. I'm sure that's not going to affect him.
No.
Like, him losing.
Oh, no.
Let's just put this in perspective. He wasn't worried about not getting 400K, right? He was like, I could totally get 400K from my ad revenue instead of the 40K I get. If he's not worried about that extra 360K, he's not worried about the 17K.
What is this? Where's my Turbo money going? I don't know.
200K means nothing now? Oh, yeah. Like, because of the way inflation and cost of living is going up, $1 million isn't $1 million anymore. You're not a millionaire at $1 million now. To be a millionaire, you need $10 million now.
Oh, and that's the crazy thing, is that all of these people, I want to understand from Twitch why it is that I was getting paid all of this money from Turbo every single month. I was getting $17,000.
This is a correlation versus causation problem, which if you don't know what that is, it's a statistics thing. We're getting to statistics again. Correlation versus causation means just because there's a statistic relationship between something, it doesn't mean that one of those things is causing the other thing. For example, if you were to do a statistical analysis between the amount of ice cream bought per month and the amount of violent crime committed per month, you would find that as more people buy ice cream, more violent crimes are committed. Now, someone could then draw the conclusion that ice cream causes violent crime. Of course, that's not true, and it would be fucking stupid. The reality is, that's a spurious relationship, and the real variable that affects both of those things is the outdoor temperature. As the outdoor temperature goes out, more people buy ice cream. As the outdoor temperature goes up, more people are outside, and especially outside at late times at night. Therefore, violent crime and ice cream both go up as the temperature goes up. Life is just idle game, and you just go put the work in.
Do you know how many bags of beef jerky I could buy with $17,000? 5. And so, where's all this money going?
Beef jerky
What
is
happened
expensive
to it?
as hell, especially if you get the good
I don't
shit.
know what the fuck this
It's
is.
like $30 for 5 pieces of beef jerky.
And so funny because they hate you. Yes, and I was making this much
Right,
money
Charlie?
before then as well. And so I was making all of this turbo money. This is, I guess, right whenever I first started, right? Yeah, this is it. I made $56,000 in a day. That was a very good day for me. And let's see here, turbo. And you can see, obviously, you know, this really fucked it up a lot because, like, you know, the average, like, for everything got messed up. But you can see how turbo was a really good amount of the money. Like, even this right here, $15,000, or sorry, $1,500 for turbo right here. And so Trump's supposed to be live at 3 p.m. Well, I'll be there. I mean, I'll watch it when he's live if it's something important, you know. So yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so yeah,
All right,
they
get
just
to the
totally
point,
took it
Asmund.
away from me.
He does
Yeah,
stuff
they
later.
took away my turbo money completely.
Yeah. So
let me see if I can.
I don't know if that has anything to do with the adpocalypse, or if that has to do with them hating Asmongold. You know, that's not something that we know for sure at this point.
Find this thing with old Donald showing up, and then I'll go back to this and talk about it a little bit more. English speaking rules, Trump announcement. They make an announcement. Okay. When is this happening? I guess we're gonna have to find out. So yeah, we'll find out. Hopefully they're gonna announce that America is now, they've won all of the wars, and America now runs every country. And so that's
Okay,
what they're
can
gonna
you get
tell
back to
everybody.
the
It's
point?
good. And watch the Tim Pool clip. I know, I'm gonna get to it. Don't worry about it. I like Tim. I'm gonna listen to his clip. But anyway, I just want to talk about this first, okay? And so anyway, so we'll listen to Tectone.
We have made 14.
We. Shut up, Baldy. Where's we? What do you mean we?
Hey, I do the same thing.
What do you mean we? What are we talking about we?
It's the global we. It's just
But where's my money?
it's because of all the voices in my head. No, I'm kidding. It's
Is
it's
Tectone
just
even subscribed to me?
a conversational thing. Some people say I, some people say we
Actually,
when
yeah,
they're
that's my
talking to
boy.
groups of people.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He is. He's sub.
But it's a gift sub.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Never mind.
Chat points out it's a gift sub.
$1,000 this month. However,
I actually, the worst thing is I don't think I'm subbed to Tectone. I gotta subscribe to Tectone. I feel really bad now. Jesus Christ. But no, his is gifted? Okay, yeah, now I don't feel bad. Yeah, see, look. Yeah, look at this.
I'm a massive outlier because Twitch said you don't get ad revenue because you called Frogan fat. So I'm missing out on about 21 days of potential ad revenue, which sucks ass. Yeah. They said, oh, you called Frogan fat, so you get no money off our fucking ads, which is great. Then, you know, Frogan can insult our soldiers,
Kitty cat.
and Hassan can wish death upon people, and Hassan can call people pedophiles.
That's right.
And Hassan can deny rapes, and Hassan this, and Hassan that, and Denims can call me a rapist, and Denims can call me ugly, and Denims can call me an ogre, and nothing will ever happen to the special princesses.
Do you want to know the real reason why? It's because it is happening. And I bet if Denims and Frogan and Hassan showed their dashboards, it would show the same thing. You know how they say
never
a
will,
rising
though.
tide floats all boats? Well, so does a sinking one. It sinks them all. Yep.
Fuck him. Yo, Dad was box me. Yo, he said it's not down horrendously, but down enough to impact his life. So yesterday...
I'm sorry, but if you're a Twitch streamer and you are in the top 1% of Twitch streamers and a loss in ad revenue will affect your life, you need to have a conversation with Caleb Hammer. He's a really well-known financial analyst and, you know, financial... I don't even know if analyst is the right word. Financial consultant, financial insight guy. And you need to sit down with him and really go through advisor. I like advisor. That's a great word.
Yeah,
He's a
Caleb
financial
Hammer's
advisor,
content is pretty
and
funny.
he's gonna sit down with you, and it's
I don't
gonna
think I'm
be like,
subscribed
I
to him, but I've
guarantee
seen a
you, it's
couple
gonna
of his
be like,
videos.
yeah, I spend, you know, $4,000 on rent. I spend $1,000 on my car. I spend $19,000 on gacha games or OnlyFans or drugs. It's like, geez, I don't know where we're gonna get the money for this. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're gonna have to start. I think we're gonna have to sell the car, guys. Yeah, geez, yeah.
That's the
yeah,
thing that
$4,000
blows
on
my
Uber Eats.
mind.
Exactly. Yeah,
About
I don't even know how
all
much.
of these like top Twitch streamers or rappers or just all these people that have all this insane amount of money, and like 2 years later they end up being broke. It's like you were making like $4 million a year. How did you go through that in 2 years, and how do you have none of it left? I can promise you, the first thing I'm doing the moment I have that much money is investing fucking everywhere, so that even if Twitch does nuke itself, I'll be able to live comfortably for the rest of my life and buy you all the kitty treats you want. Okay, Charlie?
Like, I have no idea. But anyway, Tectone's soon homeless. Yes, guys.
We streamed. We only got $100 worth of ads. Oh my god.
Look at that. Tectone's making $100 of ads. So like if you extrapolate this, right? Like let's say I have 50,000 average viewers, right? And so he has 5,000, let's say average, and I have 50,000. So you extrapolate that, that's times 10. So I should make $1,000 a day from ads.
What the fuck? For a 5-hour stream, only $100?
And that's only $100.
$100? Bro, earlier I was getting $400 worth of ads.
So think about that. I'd be making $4,000 a day. Remember I told you about that zero? I was talking about that zero. People said, no way. I say, yep.
Wait, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, we'd be making $4,000.
$100?
It's a tariff.
For a 5-hour stream, and the same stream was making $450 earlier this month.
Yep.
Consistently.
Yep. What happened?
Fuck you, Hassan! What the fuck is this?
Here's what happened. Do you want to know the real reason why this is going down? Joey Chaotic. Look at Joey as well. And forgot to mention, I'm running 14 minutes. 14 minutes of ads.
14 minutes of ads.
Averaging
That's a
2K
lot.
Viewers.
I can't
14
imagine.
minutes
Like,
an hour.
how do you run so many ads and still have people watching you? That's just disrespectful to your viewers, in my opinion. I run the bare minimum ads required to keep the pre-roll off. It's actually 1 minute longer, I think, than the bare minimum. But that's because I noticed, like, with the first Adpocalypse, there was, like, it fucked up the ad system to the point where if I only ran exactly the bare minimum, then it would cause delays sometimes where it wouldn't start the ads right away. And then the pre-rolls would turn back on. And then I would have both pre-rolls and the ad manager going at the same time. And that was just fucked. And I didn't want that on my stream at all. So I increased it by 1 minute. And now it will like slowly build up like a little bit of a buffer. So not only can I not need to worry about pre-rolls coming back on if the ad doesn't run on time, but also I can snooze ads now and extend a conversation for a period of time without ads, without getting the pre-roll to come back on, which is nice. But it's all focused around just fucking telling that pre-roll ad to fuck off. Hey, what's up, Rose? Welcome back. How's your head at the moment? We're talking about the adpocalypse and how it's all Hassan's fault.
Or for 10 hours, you make $68.
Okay, Cat, chill.
Oh my God. Advertisers are leaving.
Wait, what did he say?
Oh my, 14 minutes of ads, averaging 2K viewers. 14 minutes an hour for 10 hours, you make $68.
So that's $6 an hour. This guy's getting 2K viewers, and he's getting paid $6 an hour to stream on Twitch.
Advertisers are leaving.
Put the fries in the bag. I can say that because I used to do it. Now,
You don't like
to be
seeing those,
fair,
do you?
I
Those
never
are
worked at a
not
fast
good.
food restaurant. I worked at
Why did you start the Adpocalypse
a
2.0?
tavern that was like a bar, and then I worked at like a pretty nice
I did it
restaurant.
to
We had a
set
lobster
everybody
night.
free.
I hated lobster night. I did everything I could to not
may
be
not
there for
thank me
lobster
now.
night.
They may be angry at me for what I've done, because obviously this is completely my fault.
Oh, 100%. Totally.
Why did I do it?
Yeah.
A lot of people have been complaining that ads on the website have been problematic,
Oh, absolutely.
and
Not the hero we want, but the hero we
somebody
need.
had to do something.
You can't see him because I'm in the way, but there we go. Not the hero we want, but definitely the hero we need.
So, you know what? I'm not even gonna make that joke. I was gonna make a Holocaust joke. We're not even gonna do it.
Yeah,
You know
please
what?
don't.
I don't need to. It's already happened. I don't need to do it again. I don't need to do another one. So yeah, no. Yeah, come on. Haha. See, yeah. Now I'm a good boy now. Because I've already won. I've already won. And back to McDonald's brothers. Yes. And so that's sensible move. Yes, sense pussy. Well, no, I've already won. And also, by the way, the reason why this is happening, this is completely Twitch's fault.
Yes,
Twitch is doing this.
100%.
It's not my fault at all. I did not even cause 1% of this.
So, Hassan isn't the whole reason. Hassan is just the problem. The reason is that Twitch has done nothing to deal with the Hassan problem because Twitch doesn't see him as a problem. Twitch just wants to suck his dick constantly. Dan, the CEO, I forget his last name, is literally just like a leftist gooner. He follows and creams over all the OnlyFans girls streaming on Twitch, which is why none of them get punished anyway. Besides like a little slap on the wrist, and he just fucking gasses up Hassan, getting the entire Twitch, maybe not the entire, but like getting the Twitch office to sing him happy birthday and stuff. And somehow they think like this degenerate gooner dick sucker would make a good CEO. It makes no sense.
This is totally Twitch's fault because their ad delivery service is garbage, and they don't ban people, and they play their ads next to content that's not suitable for advertisement. That's it. It actually has nothing to do with me. Like, I can meme about it all I want, but like, that's the honest truth, is that it's really not about me and had nothing to do with me.
Yeah,
So yeah, that's about it. Dan can't stream too. Yeah, and him, and by the way, I want to say that if you look at all these people talking about it, advertising is dying on YouTube, or sorry, on Twitch.
Yeah.
It's done, bro. It is done. Advertisers.
I think
are
at this
leaving
point he
en
just keeps
masse.
repeating. He goes back to the Canute.
And YouTube? No, they're not leaving on YouTube at all. YouTube is just fine. So I did literally nothing of this. I didn't cause this to happen.
All right. So
and if I did,
I want to show specifically the reason why Hassan is an issue right now, but Decoy Voice may go over it in his video. So we will, you know what? I forgot to link that. Oh, well, it's Asmongold. He doesn't need the views. We'll link the Decoy Voice video. I forgot to link all the videos today. My brain is just fried. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to steal people's content. I'm just bad at doing this. So this is the Decoy Voice video. It's not loading. If he doesn't go over the thing I want to talk about, we'll talk about it. But I think he will specifically explain the most recent Hassan thing, which chat was asking
Asmongold
about.
versus Hassan isn't quite like The Rock fighting John Cena, but like when John Cena shows up when you're just about to go, as Hassan desperately tries to drag down Asmongold.
Black fatigue.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Asmongold is entertaining the new meta of black fatigue, which is like, I'm sorry, the lamest way to be a white supremacist.
When
Except he
Asmongold
didn't.
can easily prove Hassan wrong.
it's actually embarrassing. Like, what is this? This is crazy.
You just can't openly be racist. You have to just be like, oh, I just have black
Is he going to show the clip?
fatigue."
Okay,
This is
he
exactly
did.
why black fatigue
He
is a
pulled up
thing.
the clip.
Black fatigue isn't a thing. Why are you literally just lying?
Yeah.
As
He
this isn't
literally
even the
says
first
it's
time
not a
Hassan
thing.
has tried to spread lies about
Hassan is
Asmongold
the
on top.
biggest fucking liar I have ever seen, probably.
Bro, Asmongold thinks dudes that look like you should perish from the national borders of this country. He's like, Asmongold be like, you're close enough in San Diego. You might as well move to the other side of the border. And this,
As he
He's
constantly
never said
frames
anything
Asmongold
like
as
that.
a racist.
India had Gandhi. It's the country of peace and harmony. Asmongold had a fairly balanced take. Dude, Asmongold would literally laugh at you being ethnically if you're Indian. Okay, he thinks
You know what he actually said about India? Is that he would love to go visit India, but he's not sure if he would eat some of the street food. That's all he said.
brown are inferior. What the are you talking about?
So between the fatigue comment, the comments about Mexicans and Indians, all within what seems to be a month, this just looks like projection more than anything. As I've watched a
It
fair
does.
bit of Asmongold streams recently, and I've never
I
seen
don't
him
watch
bring up
Asmongold
race
streams,
against
I just
anybody. So
see
Hassan's
these
constant
video
projection
clips.
seems more like a
But I've seen more racist comments from Hassan than I've ever seen from Asmongold. Now, to be fair, that's all people clipping that stuff because I don't watch either streamer. But if people are clipping that stuff, then why aren't they clipping the racist comments from Asmongold? So a good question.
self-confession more than anything. But it's the least of Hassan's worries.
It might
as what
be
happened in
maybe they
DC
don't
put
exist.
All eyes on Hassan, especially when he seemed
All
to
right,
almost
so yeah, this is
cover
the
for
most
him.
recent thing
I'm not
that
Mr. False Flag at all, but like every single thing that he did in the aftermath of the is so f***ing crazy that it's like you could not have designed a better false flag incident like this. I'm not saying it is a false flag incident at all. I'm not saying that. I think this is just a one dude who is genuine in his actions and maybe, you know, a little bit brain broken.
a little bit
Hassan
brain
read
broken.
The manifesto even went on.
Apparently, murdering two people in cold blood is just a little bit brain broken. and genuine in your actions.
On
This is
emoji
what
only
Hassan
mode,
said
his live
in
chat
response to the murder of the 2 Israeli diplomats.
seemed to support him. But that shouldn't be surprising, as Hassan has been known specifically for this for a while. And after those murders took place, everyone knew Hassan was screwed, as he would either need to call the killer out for being evil and alienate the audience that he's cultivated that supports it, or he doubles down and goes easy on the shooter, making it look like he supports it himself. Either way, he's losing. But after Hassan's Saturday stream, he was banned off Twitch, where he shared it was over his improper handling of propaganda, as obviously Pepsi and Disney don't want their advertisements played between clips of Hassan talking about false flags, how the guy was genuine in his actions, and reading the manifesto while hearts get spammed in the chat. But it
Yeah.
doesn't really mean anything when apparently
I
the
don't
ban
think
was
Disney
just
is
24
pro-terrorism.
hours, essentially just giving him
In
Sunday-
fact, Disney is one of the most authoritarian entities in existence. Disney has their own private military police force. Private militarized police force in their parks. It's kind of insane.
Day off, where Asmongold chimes in, stating it's more of a reward than a punishment, as it just gives him more attention.
Yep.
And Grums calls out how being mean to someone on Twitch gets you a 2-week ban.
Yep. Now, Asmon got 2 weeks for his kind of questionable statements about a group of people. I'd say, and he took the whole 2 weeks. I'd say give Hassan 2 weeks and this problem goes away. That's literally all they needed to do, right? All they needed to do was be like, you know what, Hassan? It's time for you to take a 2-week vacation. And this wouldn't have been a problem. Would there still have been people saying like, oh, it should have been permabanned. Oh, it's unfair. What Asmongold said wasn't as bad. Yes, there would have definitely been people saying that. And they probably would have been right. But at the very least, Twitch could have said, look, according to our TOS and our standards that we have set, the 2-week ban is appropriate and fair. But there's absolutely no way any universe in which they can say that banning someone for 2 weeks for calling someone fat and banning someone for a day for promoting terrorism are any modicum of fair whatsoever.
Asmongold got a 2-week ban, and this will all come back to bite Twitch in the near future, as it seems it already is, with some people reporting a 50% reduction.
It hasn't yet, though, because here's the thing. These are delayed impact things. So this ad revenue downturn that we're seeing is from the stuff that's been going on for like the past 2 weeks or months, right? Because generally, unless it's some massive controversy, these big corporations move slow, and sometimes even when they move quickly, all they do is they say, well, we're not going to renew our contract with you. Like, we'll run out the ads we've already paid for, and then we just won't renew it after that. That happens sometimes too. So these are like a delayed impact type thing. And if he doesn't show it, I'll show you what the real cause of this most recent adpocalypse is. Not this 24-hour ban thing. That hasn't hit yet.
While others report a 75% cut, now considering moving to other platforms. And Hassan says the same.
Let's say you pressure institutions hard.
This is the thing. Oh no, not this. It was a different news thing.
Enough that Twitch actually enforces some sort of ban. Okay, and then what? I go on YouTube. I start my, I continue live streaming on YouTube. YouTube is not going to take these kinds of pressures seriously.
For one, This guy already
Yes, they will.
destroyed Twitch revenue, so don't come over to YouTube to do the same, as I, like many people, could not survive a sudden 75% pay cut. I got a sick cat that just turned 15 that now needs expensive prescription-grade cat food. But also, Hassan has no idea how much more censorship he would face on this platform.
It's
versus the
way
platform
worse.
That lets him get away with essentially
YouTube censorship is way worse. So one of the other things I'm doing in the background is I don't think there's any trustworthy news sources out there anymore. I used to like the Phil DeFranco show, but I recently caught him lying about some things, and I can't trust him to tell the truth anymore. So I'm going to start my own weekly news show, and I'm planning to upload it to YouTube. But even if it gets like 1 million fucking views somehow, I know it's not going to be monetized because I'm just going to actually speak the truth without using weird peanut butter words. If someone sexually assaults someone, I'm just going to say it instead of like dancing around the topic, because I fucking hate censorship. The fact that we can't have honest and open conversations about things is what's causing most of the problems in the world right now.
everything, as I'm convinced Twitch prioritizes spreading propaganda higher than bringing in ad dollars, and
I'm
Hassan's
sure.
short ban proves it. So moving to YouTube would probably fizzle out his career even faster, as even
Yeah.
with Twitch's front page features, Hassan slips even farther behind Asmongold. And as Tectone calls it out, Hassan just doesn't drive viewership.
No, but Hassan has not built up that credibility to have any draw doing anything else. That's why when he comes on the OTK,
he
streams,
doesn't
the
have a
viewership
wide enough
barely
appeal.
changes by maybe 1,000 viewers. Where are all of Hassan's 40,000 viewers coming over to watch NFT's
Yeah.
game day? They didn't show up.
I've said this before. Whatever viewership you get with a front page feature on any platform is your absolute cap. So I wouldn't be surprised if Hassan moved off platform without the insane levels of support he gets from Twitch to only average a couple thousand live viewers. So that's why Hassan acts like Asmongold's ex, constantly acting out just hoping he'll acknowledge him.
And
He-
say
yeah, he's
a
jealous.
collective Thank you to the government for keeping us safe.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking cockroach. Oh my god.
It's funny and sad at the same time to watch the way Hassan obsesses over Asmongold, because he wishes he was Asmongold. He wants Asmongold's numbers. He wants Asmongold's respect, but he doesn't have any of those things. The only thing he has is Twitch sucking his dick.
God, what a disgusting little creature this is, okay?
He
Would you
projects
debate him?
so
Yes, but
hard.
He runs away from that sort of thing because he knows he would be humiliated, because all he can do is just like chirp from his hug box, and that's it.
Which Asmongold has zero use for.
Because he knows he would be humiliated because
I don't debate people. I don't argue with people for any reason. I don't do it with anybody.
all he can do is just like chirp from his hug box, and that's it. And it is what it is.
Isn't that what Destiny says about you?
That's why I don't consider this a rivalry as much as a charity, because sadly an influencer's career is oftentimes based off of relevance.
I wanted to see, did my video, okay, my video didn't exactly fit in one of those. We're like on the inception level of reacting, you know, because I'm reacting to the reaction of the reaction to the reaction to the reaction to the reaction.
Charity, because sadly an influencer's career is oftentimes based off of relevance.
This says
and
we're
nothing
just a
makes you more
reaction
relevant
snake
than
eating
a public
itself.
beef with a larger creator. Just look at how the H3H3 Hassan debate ended up with Ethan averaging more concurrent viewers than Hassan, as everybody's too entrenched in their own beliefs to acknowledge an objective winner. So it doesn't matter if you look like an idiot shouting
Yeah.
Ethan and the word racist over and over, you still
Most
managed
of
to
those
regain
debates
relevance. The problem
are just
being,
an
this time he's
absolute
gaining
waste of
relevance for the
energy.
wrong
I don't want to debate anyone. Don't get me wrong. I will have constructive philosophical conversations with people, but that's entirely different than a debate. And I would know because I used to do debates in high school, and I absolutely destroyed people in them. And that's how I realized that it was pointless, because you don't change anyone's mind doing that.
Reasons, as Zach highlights how people like Hassan are actually holding back the entire liberal movement.
Until the far left admits that they have a major problem with anti-Semitism, I have phrased this won't be resolved. Yes, exactly. Like, this is the big issue, is that they are, it is impossible for them to admit that they have a problem.
Yeah.
It is impossible. They cannot and refuse to admit that.
As a slightly left-leaning moderate, it feels weird saying that, because like two of my strongest opinions are being pro-gun and pro-capitalist, which are pretty anti-left sentiments these days. But I'm also like pro-universal basic income, pro-civil rights and all that kind of stuff. But as a slightly left-leaning moderate, it's crazy to me that the left keeps trying to call the right racist when I see more racist behavior from the left than I do from the right.
That they have a single problem with this, and that's it.
With Tectone pointing out how it also holds Twitch back.
I'm so worried that if this behavior isn't addressed, if this isn't punished fully, there's no way I would be going to TwitchCon this year. I would be horrified.
I don't ever want to go to TwitchCon. Like, it would take a lot of convincing to get me to go.
Or
For
consuming this content. I absolutely
so
would not
many
go.
reasons.
Which brings up a much larger issue. Why would you want to go to a huge in-person convention just to be around the people in Hassan's live chat? And the more the mainstream starts to notice Hassan's insane antics, the harder it'll be for Twitch to scrub his stink off of their brand. And then I don't know what'll hurt Hassan more. Getting booted
Okay.
off the platform or handing over his crown
So
to a
I want to
rage
find the thing.
Why
Hassan.
doom scroll on social media all day when you have Mike and
News.
Sice? Lighthearted commentary on the tragic state.
I don't watch Timcast stuff, but oh god. All these videos are too long. I just want I think it was the ADL thing. Yeah, let's do this. That came out of nowhere. I don't have paper towels down here right now. I think I have a regular towel. Okay. Hassan ADL. Okay. This is 7 minutes. That's not too bad. I think this is
focused on exposing abundant hypocrisy of the left. Well, it was bound dog means sorry all right Senate not white machine threat of wrong
what the fuck is this?
From the ADL
New York Times.
Okay, yeah.
Shifting their focus.
So this is what I wanted to find. This is the primary reason that we're seeing the downturn of ad revenue on Twitch right now. It's a delayed impact from
Blatt from the ADL
this
and
commentary,
CNN
if it's the one I think
shifting
it
their
is.
All of us need to call it out. I'm thinking about the New York Times doing a gauzy profile a few weeks ago of this gamer Hassan Piker,
Yeah.
who regularly employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
So I hate that they call him a gamer for two reasons. One, because they're using it like a slur. And two, because he's not even a gamer. Like, Hassan does not play video games. And when he reacted to this, he even said it himself that he hasn't played a video game in like 2 months. And does he play video games occasionally? Yes. He plays like some shitty video game when someone pays him a lot of money to play it. But mostly he's just a political grifter, really. So the fact, one, that they're using gamer like a slur annoys the piss out of me. But the second is that it doesn't even apply to the dude. It's just really frustrating that they use the word gamer like that. But the general point is, this is why we're seeing the big downturn of ad revenue on Twitch right now. It's because the mainstream media made a report about Hasan. What was the statement?
Employs awful genocidal rhetoric against Jewish people in the Jewish state.
Awful genocidal rhetoric in the Jewish state. Coca-Cola does not want their advertisements shown next to awful genocidal rhetoric against the Jewish state. Honda does not want their ad revenue shown next to that. Volkswagen does. Okay, maybe they do, but that's the story for another time.
Like, extremists should not be empowered. People who spout prejudice should not be platformed. This is a moment when we need to look ourselves in the mirror and say, we've got to stop this because the consequences.
Oh, that's on my
Yeah, and you
computer
know exactly
screen.
what that means, right?
The fuck was
I mean,
that?
Twitch is already in trouble with advertisers. The
I thought she had
currently
something on her
undergoing an ad
eyebrow.
Apocalypse. The platform dug its
Okay.
heels in. They've refused to bend the knee, continuing
Yeah.
to give Hasan Piker and his ilk the prince and princess.
So that was what I
treatment.
wanted from that. I don't know why this guy's still rambling about bullshit. This is geeky Star Wars stuff I want to watch, but we're probably not going to do that now. What we are going to do is get back into WoW, but I need to blow my nose real quick, and also I want to get like an energy drink. Although I don't really want to open the energy drinks yet. I got energy drinks to do one of my taste testing videos. Guys, if you're not aware, I upload stuff to the YouTube constantly. I do like cereal reviews and soda reviews on there. I absolutely love doing that kind of stuff. It don't get a lot of views, but I personally find it fun. So I have a Red Bull and an Aldi's watermelon flavor to compare on stream. Well, not on stream, on a video. I do those videos off stream. There was one review that I did on stream, but to be honest, I don't know if I remembered to clip that out of the stream and upload it. But regardless, I love doing those cereal and soda reviews. They're absolutely one of my favorite things to do. Also, I've been doing some comparisons between brand name and generic, and to my great shock, I feel like I don't deserve to claim Pittsburgh as my home anymore, which is probably why I'm living in Erie now. No, I'm kidding. That's mostly because of financial things. It's a lot cheaper living up here. But I actually like Aldi's ketchup better than Heinz ketchup. And we did a review of that. And I was utterly shocked to find... I don't know if I actually admitted that in the review, because it was like shocking to me how close and comparable they were. But having used both now afterwards, I like Aldi's better. I have to come out and say it. Aldi's has better Nutella than Nutella. Aldi's stuff is just amazing. What is something that's not better? There are things that aren't better. They're beef hot dogs. Nathan's still has better beef hot dogs than Aldi's, but I don't think I've actually done a review of that. But I can 100% confirm that Nathan's beef hot dogs are amazing. I'm gonna go make a coffee. I'll be right back. Blow my nose. I'm gonna blow my nose before I come back, though. I won't make you guys watch that. Okay, we're actually gonna play. I need to stop using that word. I hate that word. Mostly because I hate the people that use it. It's generally got to do with the way they use it, not actually. I don't hate anyone or anything, but I get really frustrated by the way people go, actually. So we're finally gonna play World of Warcraft after switching to the World of Warcraft category like 2 hours ago. I guess we did walk a couple meters in World of Warcraft. A few hundred feet. Alright. Let's pop the buff. Go ahead and talk to this guy who's going to tell us to walk to Crossroads. Oh, we also have... Oh, this is just the rest of the quest. So, there is a special Warlock quest we do in the area, I think, but I forget. So, the big... The big thing we need to do to progress as a Warlock is clear out the cave over here in Durotar. But as a caster, that's really tough. We didn't have trouble doing it on the Warrior at all. I think we did it like level 12 on the Warrior, and we're like level 11 right now. But as a caster, you gotta fight 2 enemies at once, because attacking one will pull both on you. The reason we're going over there is we want to get the Voidwalker, but there are warlocks in that dungeon that have their own Voidwalker, NPC warlocks that have their own Voidwalker, which is a really tanky pet that can taunt. Now the taunt for us doesn't really matter going against the enemy Voidwalkers, but the problem is it's basically like a warrior, and then it runs up, it's got a lot of HP, more than us, and it just starts punching you in the face. So the difficult part is our pet that we have right now is pretty good at dealing ranged DPS, but it can't tank at all. It dies with like 3 or 4 hits if it takes too much damage. So the best way to like tank with this character, this pet right now, is to let it attack first, so then it draws aggro, and then start cranking our own damage so that we draw aggro. And with the dots, sometimes the thing will switch back and forth, and we kind of spread the damage out a little bit between us and this pet. Once we get the Voidwalker, it's almost like we have a warrior with us, tanking for us, because the Voidwalker will just tank crazy amounts of damage. But the problem is dealing with those Voidwalkers solo in the place where we need to go to get our own. And we need to be over leveled to be able to do that. Basically level 15 or so before we can go in, kill those Voidwalkers and their Warlock companion, or the other way around rather, and get out without dying ourselves. So we've got to come here to Barrens and farm these quests for a little bit. Once we hit 13, we can start running dungeons. And on the first Warlock, I didn't run dungeons because I was afraid of dying with randos, basically. However, I have tanked and healed some dungeons at this point on my other hardcores. And I even did a DPS on my hunter before the hunter died. So I'm basically over that fear at this point. Now, I am less certain of it than when I was...
Farewell, glory to the Horde.
Than like if I were to go with guild members or something like that. But I'm open to the idea now, especially after I've seen two things. One, the loot we can get from there. So as a warlock, this doesn't really matter. We can use it, I guess, maybe somehow. I don't know why it's not blocked out. I wasn't aware that warlocks can use swords unless maybe we can learn it, but we're not going to use it. There's no reason for us to use it because what we actually use for our attacks is the wand. However, these cuffs give us a big armor buff and an intellect buff and a spirit, which is okay. These would be an upgrade, but not huge for us. What we really want is this armor. It's a massive upgrade in terms of armor and intellect and stamina. Our primary stat as a warlock is stamina. Our secondary stat is intellect. This is the whole reason we want to go in there. We also do want this knife, the chanting blade. And the primary reason is as a stat stick. Now, we don't attack using daggers. It's actually funny that this is grayed out, but the sword isn't, which is kind of funny. What a stat stick is a piece of gear that you equip but don't use. Because you see right now, we just have the skinning knife here. We're carrying this here equipped so that it doesn't use up any bag spaces. But if we need to keep the skinning knife with us so we can do skinning as one of our gathering professions, but if we get a dagger that has plus agility or plus stamina, which is the one we really want, then we'll equip that instead, even though we probably won't ever stab anything with it, just because we want the stat bonuses of having that gear equipped to make our character stronger. So we want that dagger, but we really want the chest piece, that cloth chest piece. So also just the amount of XP you gain by doing dungeons is great, and I found that from running them on my other characters. So we're absolutely going to go ahead and grind those dungeons out as soon as we get the opportunity. Being a DPS, we won't get pulled into dungeons as fast as we do on the tank or healer characters. However, being a warlock, we stand a better chance than some of the other classes because people love a warlock DPS. Alright, so first things first, we gotta kill... I hate herbalism simply because of the it makes the map hard to see. But we gotta kill birds and raptors on the way over to this to turn in this quest. So any birds that are plane striders or any raptors we happen to see along the way, looks like someone else has already been cutting them to pieces. But that's fine actually, because we're gonna skin them. There's really no reason not to skin them. Any little bit of leather we gather is nice for leveling our leather worker, and it also levels skinning on this character, so it's not going to be an issue because there are plenty of animals in this area. Beasts, they're called. You can only skin beasts. So we're going to level up skinning plenty just being in the area skinning beasts, but you also do need to make sure you get your skinning level up before you go into the next area. Otherwise, you will struggle to skin certain types of creatures. That's what happened the first time I picked up skinning on a character, is I ended up picking it up in Orgrimmar, and then by the time I came over here to Barrens, my skinning level wasn't yet high enough to skin these creatures over here. But as you can see, we're already skinning level 94. We can go up to 150 before we need to buy anything else. And this character actually does... I gotta stop saying that word. This character does not have a crafting profession. It only has 2 gathering professions. We're going with skinning and herbalism. And it's primarily for money making. Also for leveling our other characters. But once we get to... Oh, there's one that's not dead. We need to kill these birds. Once we get to max level, we will start leveling what's called engineering, which will allow us to use special things that are needed for raids, bombs and things like that. Now, if you didn't notice, you can see from his relatively low health pool, the bird attacked him first. And then while we were casting spells on it the whole time, most of the spells we were casting were just damage over time spells, so they didn't generate a lot of threat. You can see that over here. He's got higher threat than we do, but the moment we hit with this Shadow Bolt, our threat goes all the way up there, and he switches over to attacking us, pulling us off the minion before he gets killed, but also saving us from aggro at the beginning. And that does 2 things. One, it reduces the amount of overall damage we receive from fighting those guys, because we can always just resummon the imp if he dies. The other thing though is casters have this downside where whenever they're casting a spell, if they take melee damage, it will reset their cast progress a certain amount. So that's why also after I end up pulling aggro with the... Oh, that's level 14. That's a little high. What's this guy? After we end up pulling aggro with the Shadow Bolt, that's why I start using the wand, because the wand does not suffer from that same stun casting downside. So see, it just happened right there. My Shadow Bolt got reset twice. So now that we definitely have aggro and we're not getting rid of it, we're just going to keep spamming wand attacks. Also, using wand gives us a chance to regenerate mana. Can we kill the level 14? I don't want to risk it. It scales pretty quickly, where you get to a point where you can like deal with a level 13 fine. I gotta stop using that word. Did I use the glowing skull at some point? I guess I did. I don't remember using it, but it's gone. So we're gonna pull him back to the road so that the raptor doesn't run into him, because you can see the raptor wandering around. If the raptor wanders into something we're fighting, then it's gonna group aggro and pull on us, and then we get in trouble, because as you can see, that guy kind of hurt. Now we took a little bit more damage than we normally would have, because the way we pulled him. There's a nice little cape upgrade, get an extra armor point. But regardless, oh, can we get the keg? Let's go get the keg. I think the part of the keg is right here. What level are these guys? Level 12? I think we'll be fine. Oh, there's one of the birds we need. Level 12. Let's get the bird. We don't need the centaur kills. So if someone else kills them, they're doing us a favor. Unless they take the keg, because then we gotta wait for the keg to respawn. But if they don't take the keg, then we can just take the keg. Alright, so let's go start killing these centaurs so we can fight our way into... Oh, there's another bird though. Oh, there's a raptor. That's level 15 though. Fuck the level 15 one. We're not fighting that. Level 15 would absolutely delete us. Level 14 we could maybe win. Level 15 is instant death. There he is. He's coming this way, of course. Keep an eye on him. He's not too close. Okay, he's going back the other way. Perfect. Oh my god, it's running. Dude, I'm lucky it ran that way. It might have run into the raptor. I thought that last shot was going to kill it, but then it resisted. Alright. So, there's the centaur that's roaming around. Let's go deal with him real quick. We're just taking all the damage from that guy. He never even attacked the minion. I wonder if different types of characters calculate threat in a different way, and that's why. Or if it was just maybe he resisted one of the attacks. Okay, where's the hyena? The hyenas are scary. So... okay, there's the hyena over there. The giraffes aren't that worrisome because they're not aggressive. They are considered one of the more dangerous, but I think it's primarily, probably, because they have a wide range of levels. And if you see, the average victim level is 13.8. They're kind of tough. So my guess is that people underestimate how tough the giraffes are and then attack them and get killed. Either that, or they're fighting a giraffe and run into a hyena. Now, if you look at the hyena, that's third deadliest in the Barrens. It's the third most dangerous creature in this area. And I'm assuming the reason is because they wander and pull aggro, and people end up getting deleted by those things. Also, they're kind of fast, so running away from them is not super easy. You can see we just had our spell get reset there. Happened again. But after this Shadow Bolt, we're just gonna spam wands, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. And we're gonna pick this up. There's the keg we're after. But we gotta kill this guy, because if we go to try to pick that up, he's just gonna aggro on us, and you can't, he'll cancel our attempt to pick it up. Oops, Let's call our guy out of that. Oh, he got hit by the edge of the lightning storm. I thought he was outside of the lightning storm, but nope. Our minion got deleted. Now, generally, I would summon the minion back instantly, but because of the fact that this despawns when you pick it up, and we did all the work to pick that up, I don't want someone to run in and steal our keg, because people will do that in WoW. It's kind of frustrating. They're really annoying. They'll watch you go for an objective and then intentionally snipe it from you, and it's like, really, dude? Like, is that really how you're gonna treat other people? Like, do you want someone to do that to you? No, I don't think so. The only time I generally do it to people is when they've already done it to me. Like, for example, we were doing a quest where we need to harvest raptor eggs last time we streamed this character. And I pulled a raptor that was guarding one of the nests. And as soon as I did, someone ran over and grabbed the egg that I was going for. So I just said, really, dude? In chat. And then when he went and pulled a raptor, I started going for the nest, and he was like, this one's all yours. Because I think he realized what he did, you know? A lot of people will do bullshit like that because they don't expect to be called out about it. And you call them out and they feel kind of bad, and it's like, it's not eye for an eye type stuff. It's more holding people accountable and being like, well, if this is the way you want to play it, this is the way we're going to play it. If we're going to scrabble back and forth over all of these eggs, I'm not going to let you just take all the eggs from me so you can be a greedy, selfish little fuck like that. But, yeah, that one went fine. He let me take that second egg, and then I actually I need to stop saying that word. I went to another island, I believe, because I just didn't want to keep fighting with that guy over the eggs, and I got the eggs pretty fast after that. But there are some people that will absolutely just do really, really toxic things like that. It's one of the downsides of WoW. I think the biggest downsides of WoW are the fact that the way the layers work, which someone's asking about layers right now, instead of instances like we had in Elder Scrolls Online, they have layers. We've got abilities now we could go pick up. We'll do that after we get to Ratchet. Instead of instances like you generally have in Elder Scrolls Online, which you do have instances in dungeons, I think, in here, but there's a lot more instances in ESO. You have these layers where you're with a lot more people and you have to compete for the same quest items. That's another thing about ESO, is even if you're in like the same layer, we're going to use the same term. I don't know if that's actually what they call them in ESO. But even if you're in the same layer on ESO, if you have a quest item, the quest item itself is often instant. So you don't need to compete with people to pick up that quest item. You just pick up the quest item and you can do your quest. Whereas here, that's not a thing. Oh, he just fucked up my imp. That time it wasn't the lightning storm. Those stormers do a lot. What's that guy? Level 15. Let's make sure we don't get too close to him. But it WoW, nothing like those quest items is instanced. So when you see that keg, you need to pick that up. When you see there's like an earlier thing you do for the centaurs where you need to pick up the centaur battle plans. Only one person on the layer can pick that up. Now, fortunately, the centaur battle plans respawn pretty quickly, but it's just frustrating that's a mechanic at all. The other thing I don't really like about WoW is the way the loot works, where it's kind of toxic because people will roll need on things they don't need just for the hell of it. Oftentimes to be toxic or for God knows why, but they'll roll need on things they don't need, and then the people that do need them don't get the opportunity to get them. Now, you can always trade those items afterwards, but it can be really frustrating dealing with people who are just needing on everything instead of trying to work as part of the group. So the thing I like about the way Elder Scrolls Online does it is everyone just gets their own random drops. You get your drops automatically when you loot the boss, and then for something like 4 hours, 2 to 4 hours, or some random amount of time, you can trade any items you got with anyone that was in your group in the dungeon with you. I think that's really cool. Or the trial, which is the equivalent of a WoW raid. So you say you're going for like a particular healing staff, but you get the fire staff instead. If someone else gets the healing staff, you can say, hey, I'll trade you this healing staff for that fire staff. Or a lot of people in ESO, they just give away the items they don't want. That's generally what happens. The ESO player base is so friendly by comparison, where it's just people just trade you the staff and they don't even ask for anything in return. Sometimes they'll ask for like whites or greens, and then you can use those to get a little gold or sell them. But for the most part, in my experience, people don't ever ask for anything in return for the drop. They'll just say what they're looking for in chat, and if you have it, you give it to them. If you don't, you don't. Usually, unless someone else needs that specific drop, they'll give it to you. The ESO player base is super friendly. Honestly, of all the communities, the one thing I don't like about ESO is, more than other games, ironically, the top streamers in ESO feels very much like a popular kids club. Well, I haven't really felt that in other games so much. But ZOS, ZeniMax Online Studios, definitely gives you the feeling that it plays favorites. But the community as a whole for Elder Scrolls Online is probably the best gaming community I've ever been a part of individually. Definitely within MMOs. Warframe is alright, but Warframe also has like a very elitist mentality to it at times. So this is the guy we came here to get.
Keep it real.
Well, we came here to get all kinds of things.
What's up?
Like all these quests. We turned in the other quests. But this is the guy that's going to take us back to Orgrimmar so we can get our new abilities right there. We're going to get that Flight Master in a moment there.
Hey there.
Just passing through.
All right. We didn't use our talent. So we're going to go ahead and probably spend it on the imp. Last time on my last character, I put it on the demonic embrace. That extra stamina did not help me. I feel like getting more... So the primary... There's two reasons you want stamina for the warlock. One is just survivability. Stamina gives you your health pool. The other reason is outside of survivability, it is your sustain. Sustain is what allows you to keep casting spells in an MMO. And the way warlocks do that is they cast spells. Let's just cast this a bunch of times to run my mana down. Warlocks, if you look at the mana health pool right there, we can trade health for mana. So the more health I have, the more mana I have. So that's why you want stamina as a warlock. And then secondarily, intellect is good because it increases our chance to crit and also gives us more total mana. Alright. But I didn't really notice a difference from the extra stamina. Maybe I'll notice the lack of stamina. However, increasing the effect of the imp's firebolt, fire shield, and blood pact seems like it'll have a more significant effect. Firebolt is how much damage it does. Blood pact actually... I gotta stop saying that word. Blood pact increases our stamina as well. So, is it going to increase our stamina as much as putting points into this will? Probably not. But we get a lot more benefits from putting points into this than we do from putting points into this. So we're going to go with that. I don't think it's instant. Oh, it is, basically. That's cool. What's up, Disco Sleaze? How's it going, bro? Good to see ya. What you been up to lately? Guys, please go check out my friend Disco Sleaze. I can't fucking talk. The sleaziest disco streamer on Twitch. Absolutely super chill dude. Go give this man a follow. You won't regret it. Listen to those chill beats dropping right now. Crazy busy at the bakery, but days off now, so time to game for 20 hours a day. Perfect. What's on the gaming menu?
Like, can you guys do clips right now?
A clip of you asking for people to do clips? Perfect. What's on the gaming menu? I'm interested to know what you're going to do with your 20 hours of gaming a day. I can't... Oh, we were going to fly back to... What is that? Oh, root samples. Really? Oh, we do have herbalism. I was like, do we have herbalism? I forgot that this is the gathering character. Oh my. What the shit? Dude, someone's spamming... That's kind of cringe. I don't know whether they're a girl or a guy, but either way, someone's begging for Twitch views from girls in game chat. That's cringe. So we're going to fly back to Orgrimmar, where we're going to learn our new skills, because we just hit level 12. And WoW, at least WoW Classic, you get new skills every 2 levels. Continuing Oblivion redo, starting Expedition 33, Stardew Valley, and some Rocket League with friends. Those are all pretty chill games. I mean, Oblivion has its moments where it's not chill, but it's generally chill. I would love to play the Oblivion remaster. I played Oblivion when I was young at a friend's house. I never really had it myself because my parents were super helicopter parents, wouldn't let me play any games where I could kill or fight humans. The one exception to that really was Super Smash Brothers, because it was pretty PG-13, right? And it was like cartoon characters, not kind of realistic like Oblivion. But I played it at a friend's house a couple times. We made characters that looked like our friends, but I also watched a friend do a couple of those quests. However, when Skyrim came out, I was in college, and my parents couldn't stop me from playing that one, and I played the shit out of it. But I love the Elder Scrolls universe in general. I was just talking about how much I love Elder Scrolls Online. It's got to be my favorite MMO in general. So I really want to play Oblivion at some point. It's definitely on the list of things to play, but probably not for a couple months if we're being completely honest. Expedition 33 looks pretty cool. I was watching Gnarly play that the other day. Maybe not the other day. It was a while ago. I think that's right. I don't remember. It's been a long time since I actually shouted that guy out. Is that even the right stream?
Yo!
What the fuck is this?
Draw boobs, draw us a penis.
Okay, yep.
No!
Yeah, that's the right stream.
Play ding dong. Where's
Wait, how do I stop it? Oh, that's the clip.
How's this fucker not clean? And I missed the whole goddamn side of the car. See, I already got like
All
this
right.
penis. Dude. It's just from a different POV.
I wish I still had friends to play ESO with. Want to finish all the dungeons so bad. I can pop in eventually. I want to get a character to 60. That's my goal in WoW. Once I do that, I'm going to scale back on WoW a little bit. I was thinking of maybe playing some retail WoW, but then I installed it and logged in on my retail WoW character. I'm not as high as level as I thought I was. I thought I was 40 something, but I'm 32. Also, retail WoW, literally just standing in Orgrimmar felt so much more overwhelming. Like, I am an MMO aficionado. I've played so many MMOs, probably not counting Eve. 5K plus hours in various MMOs, I had to guess. Eve itself is like 10K plus, but that's kind of its own thing. And honestly, retail WoW just makes my brain hurt. It's not very user friendly. It's just like, I looked at my character and I was like, bro, this is just painful. So I don't know if I plan to. I was thinking after I did this, I could level a character to max in retail. I don't have the most recent expansion, but I would do like whatever. I have Shadow, whatever the fuck it was called, the one that kind of sucked. I was gonna get that character to its max level so I could play with WoW friends, but TBH, I don't think I want to do that. Just standing in Orgrimmar, I was like, this kind of hurts my soul. Whereas Classic is just wholly a better vibe. It's absolutely insane to me that this game is better than the modern version of it. But to be fair, I'd probably feel the same way about Eve. I was thinking about that the other day. It was like, what would it take for me to play Eve Online again? They would have to bring back 2010 Eve. Give me 2010 Eve. Give me Eve Classic. I guess that's not technically the same as Eve, as it wouldn't necessarily be Classic, because this is like the original WoW, where I think original Eve was 2005. But give me Eve Apocrypha. Bring that expansion back. And I would definitely play it again. The game was so much better in like infinite ways.
What do you need?
I'm about the same level on retail, but I got lost and didn't have any help. Yeah, I mean, I could help you, but it just feels like so much unnecessary bullshit. Okay, health funnel is huge. Shadow bolt's kind of cool. Curse of weakness, not really necessary, but we're at the point where I'm not gonna really miss the silver, so we might as well keep upgrading that. What were the other two? Demonology, health funnel, we said that's huge. We're gonna do 2 for this, maybe? Yeah. I don't remember where we had it on the other warlock. And then Shadow Bolt, that's the big one. Upgrade our primary DPS cast. Yeah, there's no point in resummoning our dude because we're about to take the flight path back again. Yeah, like the thing is, like, I understand WoW, but there's just WoW retail, but there's just so much unnecessariness with it, where I feel like I'd much rather just go back to ESO, even though there were parts of ESO where it was getting a little bit boring and repetitive for me, and that's why I've been playing this. I feel like having played so much WoW lately, especially once I managed to get a character to 60, by that time I'll have like reset the ESO burnout, you know? Because I've got to admit, I still miss doing better in dungeons in ESO.
Strength and honor for the Horde.
And I really want to build an Arcanist. I don't currently have the ESO sub, but when we stop playing this, we'll cancel this sub and switch it to the ESO sub. And even so, I do have an Arcanist because I used my crowns to buy that expansion, I believe. From when I've always saved my crowns to buy DLC from the ESO sub. I don't buy. There's like very, very rare times I bought a cosmetic using crowns. Alright. Do we have... No, we don't need to do that yet. I don't think we need to do anything else yet, really. We could have sold stuff here, but we can sell this stuff anywhere. I think we were supposed to turn that in at Ratchet, and we forgot. Because we didn't activate it yet. Let's see. Barons... Yeah, we need to turn the keg in at Ratchet. So let's fly directly to Ratchet and turn that in. Wasting a silver or two, but we've got like 6 or 7 gold on the bank character, so that's no problem. Being inside WoW and EVE gives me similar feelings of engulfed with the world and vibe around it and very enjoyable. Yeah, absolutely. And I just, being in current EVE makes me feel sad for the EVE we used to have. And it's just like, man, I miss when the game just didn't endlessly cater mostly to botters and whales. Like, it always kind of catered to botters and whales, and it used to be way more unique in that it was progression based and you couldn't just buy your way into a capital ship within one day. But now, ever since Pearl Abyss bought CCP, it's just becoming like every other MMO in that you can buy progression and botters are just catered to endlessly. It's all about getting as many people to sub as possible for as long as possible, and the sub price keeps going up, but the game quality keeps going down. So it's like, why would I pay more money for a worse game? And EVE just makes me sad right now every time I play it. And I don't want to play a video game that makes me sad. Hopefully, someday they will take a note from WoW's book and release EVE Classic. I would totally play EVE Classic, but they're not going to, because they're trying the new EVE. There's a new EVE MMO coming out, but it seems to be even more along the lines of like aggressive pay to win monetization than current EVE is, which is crazy because EVE used to be the anti pay to win game, but now it's like, oh, you can just buy a max skilled carrier pilot with $3,000. EVE was too daunting for me. Loved being in space. So EVE was so good. And the new player experience was kind of rough. The
strength and honor. Farewell. Victory.
Whatchamacallit. The learning curve is pretty insane on it. And they eventually made the new player experience better. But it doesn't change the learning curve, especially when it comes to things like PvP. But EVE has a great core. It's just not a good game anymore. I feel like the best space games right now are Elite Dangerous and No Man's Sky. If you're into more realistic space, Elite Dangerous is the way to go. If you want more of like an arcadey experience, then definitely take a look at No Man's Sky. Those are the best space games in my opinion. Hopefully I clicked the right place. We can just click this and we're gonna get off at the next one regardless. Like, I personally absolutely love Elite Dangerous. The downside of Elite Dangerous is it's very, very much like real space, where a lot of it kind of feels empty. There are certain star systems where it's so big, it takes you like 40 minutes to travel across the star system. However, the ships handle great. It's really the best way to play it is with a HOTAS, which if you're not familiar, that's the flight stick that also has a separate throttle stick. So you feel like you're actually piloting a spaceship. There's a lot of interesting, cool things to do. However, if you're looking for an easier entry game, because it doesn't do a lot of hand-holding. I think the new player experience is slightly better than Eve's, but it's also got a pretty good learning curve itself. And it's got some technical things like managing your ship modules and stuff like that in flight. Like, you can run out of fuel, whereas No Man's Sky, you might be able to run out of fuel. I'm not sure. It's been a long time. But No Man's Sky is very much an arcade version of Elite Dangerous. And in some ways, it's got a richer universe in that there's more NPC interaction. There's more storyline. Whereas Elite Dangerous is more like Eve, and the players are kind of the story. There is... I'd say there's slightly more... I think Eve probably has more lore, but Elite Dangerous, you're kind of interacting with the lore more. Not to say that doesn't happen in Eve, but in Eve, it kind of feels like the lore is a couple levels beneath you, you know? And it's just like background noise. Whereas in Elite Dangerous, the lore does drive gameplay a little bit.
Go with honor for the Horde.
In Eve, the lore is like flavor text. Alright, so we still need to kill more of those birds. Those damn birds. We will rebuff. Which direction are we facing? Dude, I can't see anything with all these fucking flowers everywhere. Let's go... What level are those? 12? Yeah. Let's go kill those razor mains for the quest. Yeah, that's the correct direction. We also need to pick these roots if they exist over here. The roots are... Oh, we kind of need our imp, don't we? I was like telling the imp to attack and he did not exist yet. Have you played either No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous, Disco? I'm curious. I'm trying to think if there's another big space game. So Space Engineers for sure. And I believe they're coming out with Space Engineers 2 now. But that isn't really like an MMO style game. It's 100% like a Minecraft in space, except for with way better graphics. I do want to play more. Ooh, what's that? Aboriginal Sash of the Whale. I do want to play more Space Engineers. Is that the beaks? Are we done on the beaks? Oh yeah, we are. I do want to play more Space Engineers because ooh, 260 deaths. Ouch. I do want to play more Space Engineers because I want to build Star Wars ships in that game. But what do we still need here? Oh, Plane Strider kidneys now. Oh, so we still need to kill Plane Striders. So never mind. We aren't done killing Plane Striders. We just need a rarer drop from them than the beaks. There need to be more good space games. I heard people are finally saying they've had enough with Star Citizen. Recently, I saw a Some Ordinary Gamers video where Mudahar, he said it was, I think he called it the biggest scam in gaming or something like that. And I totally agree. I've always said that Star Citizen just feels really sus to me. I love the idea of what they're presenting. I just don't know if it will ever be a reality. The crazy thing is, I want to build my own game that's kind of similar to it. Eventually. But I've got a much more measured approach that I think will actually deliver for the players instead of getting the game stuck in eternal development hell.
I need to target something first.
I feel really bad for anyone that invested in that game thinking they'd get to play it within a decade. It's absolutely insane how much money that game has made. More money than it costs to make GTA 6, and GTA 6 is about to come out before it does. That's ridiculous. Utterly insane. I don't see the spawn. Okay. It's just pretty mind-blowing to me.
Need a target.
So I need to kill Water Seekers, Thorn Weavers, and Hunters. It looks like... Is that a duo, or is that one guy? No, that's definitely a duo. That might be a trio, actually. That's unfortunate. I don't want to have to fight with a trio for kills. Oh, there's a Hunter. We need to kill a Hunter. So what we're going to do is we're going to have... We're gonna kill the wolf first. Then we're gonna 1v1 the hunter. So we need to get the dots down, because the dots, once they've landed, they don't matter for the ability stun. Okay. And let's summon our imp back before we do anything else. Because worst case scenario, even though he's not going to be able to taunt the way the Void Walker can, he'll still pull aggro once he deals enough damage. So if we get in trouble, we can tell him just to start lobbing fireballs at something, and then we just run and let him pull the aggro, and he dies. Well, he doesn't die. Our demons can't die. They just get unsummoned, and then we can summon him back later when we're not in trouble anymore. I wish Destiny were still good, but we still have Warframe. Thank God for Warframe. As long as Warframe still exists, there is hope. I've heard mixed thoughts on the new Borderlands 3. Some people think it's absolutely going to be terrible. I still need to play the pre-sequel. I haven't played the pre-sequel. My brother and I were supposed to play it together, but that didn't end up working because he got busy with college, and now we live in two separate cities. So I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon. I have it on my 360. Okay. I thought that guy was going to aggro on me before I could attack him. That guy pulled him out of my range. Now I can't attack it. Oh. Well, I can't attack it because I don't have the mana to attack it. Alright. Everything here is dead because of those guys. Go fight the ones over there then. Oh, we need this guy. At least they're not herbalists, or if they are, they're not paying attention to this flower. That guy might be an herbalist, because he looked like he was coming in this direction for the herbs. This douchebag, he's pulling like 4 things. Okay, we gotta run. Not like actually run, but we need to not fight this guy with the hunter there. Because the hunter itself is hard enough to deal with. At least until I level up one more time. The wolf ended up killing my dude. That was a lot of resists. It's alright, it's dead. Okay. Let's see. Keep going this way, because that guy's going the other way. We still need 1 Thornweaver. The problem is going to be getting all those water seekers. There's one in the middle. But I think we're going to need to kill a lot of extra Thornweavers to get the water seekers we need. Let's get this water seeker. dead. There's one of the hunters. I don't know why we can loot that. We're gonna loot it. Maybe we killed that guy. Maybe that was the guy we attacked and then he aggroed and pulled. We want to fight that water seeker, but we don't want the hunter on us. I think we can probably kill it in time if we pull it over this way. Yeah, we're not worried about the hunter. We do need a hunter, but I'd rather level up again before we kill another hunter. I don't see... We can kill the hunter if we find one. But we don't need any more thorn weavers. What we need now... Oh, there's a hunter. Alright. So... Yeah, I think we just focus on this guy first this time. Let the wolf hit me for a little bit. Now we focus on the wolf. And this way my guy doesn't die this time. I don't like the hunters. They're a pain in the ass as a warlock, but we do need to kill them for the quest. Old bandage. Just play it safe. Alright. There's another water seeker. We need 3 more water seekers. We gotta be pretty much level 15. Now, I'm better at the game than I was when I went to get the Voidwalker last time. But I also... Okay, we're gonna pull this guy over here. I also feel like this is one of those things that you don't take the risk on. Alright, we need 1 more water seeker and 1 more hunter. The hunter is in there kind of deep right now, so we'll pull this water seeker. Also, we have the creeping mold on us, which is not something I want to deal with the hunter. But now we kind of need to. We got 27 seconds. Oh, there's that dude again. Can we pull this hunter before he does? Damn it. Actually, we can probably pull the hunter itself and just let him kill the wolf. Because it doesn't say anything about killing the wolf. Okay, the wolf is going to fight us now. Oh shit. That guy kind of maybe killed me. Okay, we're good. I wonder if he was trying to do that on purpose. I don't think so. I think it was just an idiot that's pulling too much and had to run away. Alright, so we're done with this. What other quests in the area? We can work on that. The Samophage. Or are we a little bit low level for that? We might be a little low level for that. So, it says 14. Let's go do the fungal spores. We can do that. That's pretty easy. Let's go. So we just head straight west, I think. Where are we? Oh, northwest. Okay. We still need raptor heads. There's a level 12. Perfect. We need raptor heads and plain strider kidneys. This is a very interesting... Oh, we got to get our buddy back here. Oh, that's right. Killing the mobs with that doesn't count. Not the mobs, the critters, they're called. No, it resisted corruption, whatever. It's dead anyways. There's a raptor head. We're gonna grab this leather real quick. Am I max skinning? No. We have still a ways to go. I just wasn't paying attention to my skinning level because we've been skinning everything. The more leather we get, the better. Especially because medium leather light leather gets combined to medium leather. So you can just grab all of it. Even once you rank up, you just keep grabbing the basic leather and then mail it to the leather worker and he'll combine it to the stronger leather. We need more kidneys. Give me your kidney, bitch. Did I not cast Shadow Bolt, or was I just not paying attention? And it didn't do as much damage as I thought it would. Regardless, it's dead now. Okay. We don't need to kill those. Oh, we do need to kill those guys now. Savannah Huntress, you're next on the list. I'm starting to feel a little bit tired, but I got some more in me. I feel like at the very least we get level 13. And maybe... So right now... Oh, it's still Orgrimmar? Perfect. I was gonna say... I think our Hearthstone is Crossroads, which is unfortunate. Because then we can't hearth back to Orgrimmar for the dungeon. But it is Orgrimmar. Now, we're close enough to Crossroads at the moment that it's probably a better idea to just walk into Orgrimmar. I mean, walk into Crossroads and then take the flight path into Orgrimmar. But if by the time we ding 13, we're super far north, we'll probably do the opposite, where we portal into Orgrimmar and then take the flight path back to Crossroads to turn in the quests. But we also don't want to do that really until we're gonna start doing dungeons. So we're gonna queue for the dungeon once we're in Orgrimmar. Because we want to pick up the quests before we queue. But I also want to be able to portal to Hearth back once we get requested to join a queue. So, if we do Hearth to Orgrimmar tonight, we probably don't run the dungeon tonight. We'll see what happens. Because especially as DPS, it could take a while for us to get pulled into a dungeon group. And I'm not sure if I'll still be awake that long. Because I'm not super tired, but I'm starting to feel the edge of tiredness, you know? I keep forgetting to get an additional soul stone. Generally, I like to hold 3 minimum, and we have 2 right now. So we gotta make sure we kill this guy with drain life instead of the wand. Drain soul, sorry, not drain life. Alright, we've got our 3rd. We still don't have the kidneys we need, though. We gotta go this way. That's kind of in this direction, right? At least it's not directly in the other direction like the other one we were looking at for a second. But it's running in the other direction. Ooh, Tiger's Eye. Always love getting those crafting mats. Let's put demon skin up before I forget. We are cutting our way viciously towards the area where we need to look into some spores. Fungal spores. The kind your mom has between her toes. So, we also need to kill a bunch of centaurs there. Do we have the centaur killing quest? No, we should get the centaur killing quest. It's gonna be on the other side of this mountain, so we'll go around the mountain and hug it. Kill these Savannah lions on the way in. We only have 1 tusk so far. We need 5 total. Our dude is taking some damage. There we go. We got the So I'm watching the Warlight stats tank. Another what? I don't know what he's talking about. Isn't that someone? I don't even know what chat's talking about right now. But we need a lot of these Huntress kills, a lot of these Savannah Lion kills apparently. And we also want that silver leaf there for our crafting. They're too close. Right now, we'd get what's called social aggro, where if one is fighting you, the other will fight you. They're far enough away now, so don't need to worry about that no more. Alright, kill this. Take its skin off. Like the good old Leatherface that we are. Go ahead and grab these flowers, because every good serial killer enjoys some nice flowers. I miss playing DBD, but the thing is, every time I play DBD, it's so fucking toxic. I don't have fun with it. The only way to have fun when I play DBD is to play as my main, Wraith, and just sweat on people. And it's like, I miss the days of like chill, just playing around, playing new killers, but for whatever reason the matchmaking is terrible, where unless I play my best killers all the time, I am just utterly unable to do anything, and it's just fucking bullshit. And it's not fun needing to sweat in a game like that. I like being able to play kind of chill, especially with killers I haven't leveled up at all or don't have adept on. It's just the matchmaking in it is so bad, where it feels like every game you're in a super sweaty group that have a bunch of prestige level crazy numbers, and it's just like, bro, how am I even supposed to have fun in this game when it's just sweaty tryhards every single match? I think that's the only people that play it anymore. I'm kind of curious. I want to see. Is there a way to just see the actual game itself? There it is. Okay. Charts. 6 years. It's kind of steady, actually. That's crazy. I expected it would slightly go down. 42k players almost. Rounded up. Alright. Maybe I'll play some of that at some point. Last time I played that was Halloween, and it just wasn't fun. It was fun for like one game, and then it wasn't anymore. Is that raptor gonna pull on us? We're gonna run over this way just to be sure. Okay, no, he's not pulling on us. That's fine. There we go. Our first kidney. Give me your kidney. It tastes delicious, apparently. I feel like organ harvesting is absolutely an appropriate quest for a warlock. We're almost out of bag space. We're almost level 13 as well. I guess we might get the chance to do a dungeon, because we're still pretty close to the main area. To Crossroads is what I mean by the main area. We've got to head towards... Oh, we're going too far north. We gotta head this way to get that quest by the road over here. We're gonna keep killing these Planestriders on the way though, because they're part of the quest we're doing here. I can't wait to get my Void Caller. That'll be huge. It resisted Immolate. Okay, now it's gonna die. It resisted Shadow Bolt? That's fine. It still died. Just not as fast as I thought it would. Okay, that raptor stopped. I was gonna be worried for a sec, but then it stopped. Our little guy's out of mana. Ooh, another kidney. Well, the kidneys are finally dropping. That's nice. We could heal him, but I don't think we'll need to. Yeah. We have the health funnel now. Let's heal him up real quick. And then we'll funnel our own health. That's the wrong spell, but whatever. We're not gonna try casting corruption because we already pulled aggro off with Shadow Bolt. Yeah, we're heading in the right direction. We just need to go more that way.
I don't have a target.
You do now. Oh, wow. Let's just wand instead of casting spells, because that's a good idea. It's alright. The demon pulled aggro for us. He might hold it too long though. One more. Oh no, we just killed the bird. Perfect.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, we're full. Let's see. We can get rid of the beak, I guess. Oh, we wanted to check that belt we got. Let's see if... Alright. The belt is 10 armor and it's cloth, so we can use it. Ooh, it's got +2 spirit and stamina too. Holy shit, we should have been using this the whole time. Alright, that's a nice belt. Any random junk we can get rid of, like the junk food. I don't see any junk food, unfortunately. That's always the best stuff to get rid of. We'll just keep going. See what the next thing it tells us we can't pick up is, and then we'll figure out something to get rid of then. We gotta kill more of these birds still. We still need 2 kidneys. We gotta have a fair bit of leather at this point, because we've been skinning everything. But does anyone remember when you could hit hearth or an ability and fall out of the sky on the flight path? That sounds pretty crazy, to be honest. I don't even know. That would just be a terrible way to die. I don't know. This cannot stack. I think those fans might stack, and I'm pretty sure those drop the small leather collars. Pretty sure those dropped from a Savannah lion. Oh no. Someone died. Death Mitch. But his death didn't show up. Does he not have the add-on installed? Why wouldn't you have the add-on installed if you're playing this version?
I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full.
Wow. Yeah, we got a lot of leather. To the point where we can't carry any more leather. So we're just going to get rid of our super shitty 5 copper belt. I want to... Okay. There's like a whole string of them. So we're just going to kill this one first. Alright. There's our level 13. So we can do quests now. First things first, we're going to increase the effect of our blood imp. We're going to... We still need... Well, we don't need Zerva hooves. Not yet. I think that's... Oh, we do. We do have that quest, so we need to kill these guys too. But I want to get all this leather, this good leather, before it rots. Okay, yep, they're definitely starting to disappear. I feel like we start leathering this one and it disappears and it says we have a looting issue. Oh, we got it. Okay. Because I've noticed that'll happen sometimes. There's lots of Zerva here. So we're gonna just work on these guys. Because we do need their hooves. We only need 4 hooves, but I think the drop rate on these isn't great. We get 1 hoof off the start, off the rip.
Inventory is full.
What can I get rid of? That is a call car? No, that's a bird. We're gonna take that leather too. Alright. Let's hit this. Oh, we'll take the bird first. And then we'll hit the Zerva. Oh, it's a raptor. Still, either way, it gives us leather. Did we forget to skin our own Zerva kill? I'm pretty sure that just happened. It was because we were doing inventory management. Alright. Where'd this guy go? Blap. He resisted? Why didn't wand work? Whatever. Alright. We still need 2 more hooves, I think. These are the 2 that have the hooves. No hooves there. We got a large flat tooth though. Okay, we got all of our dots. I was like, we better pull aggro soon, or he's gonna kill our amp. Oh. Let's funnel that guy up real quick. Kill the raptor, take his head. Off with their heads. Alright. I think that's every... Oh, there's another Zerva. We need Zerva still. I don't think we got hooves from those last 2. My memory is kind of fading. I feel like I'm probably too tired to do a dungeon. I don't want to kill this warlock in its first dungeon, especially after I killed my first warlock. Ooh, Poor Davis. This quest is so hard. The end of this quest line. So at the end of this quest line, there is a quest. Damn it. Where you have to fight a big coal car battle. So you see all these guys up here? Eventually there's a fight where you have to fight a warlord. And that guy is tough, especially because he will like bring the whole herd with him. And yeah, that's not something I really want to fight. Okay, so we could walk back, or we could just hearth. We're gonna hearth. Okay, so let's talk to this guy. Sell our junk. Oh, we can sell the bracers. I think that's all we can. Oh, we don't need the milk. We can sell the milk because we're a warlock. We will make all the bandages we can. And we'll sell the extra bandages. Every other character can make better bandages at this point. This is our youngest character. Although, we aren't farming the wool, we need to make better bandages. We need crazy amounts of wool. Alright. So, then we sell the extra bandages. Alright.
For the Horde!
Then we go... Oh, that was a corpse. But it was just a troll crouching in a priest costume or whatever. So, we're going to send to the bank the food, the tiger's eye, the paws, and the feathers. That looks about right. To our leather worker, Oxenford, we're gonna send all the leather and hide. And then to our potion crafter, Milk Melf, we're gonna send all the potion ingredients. Alright, now before we switch to those characters and accept the mails, we want to go and pick up this quest. Is this the quest? I think there's a quest we're missing. I thought there were 2 RFC quests, but we only appear to have one of them. Unless... Oh, do we need to do the Lieutenant's Insignia first? I think we might need to do the Lieutenant's Insignia first. As 13, can I do that other quest? Probably not solo. I probably need 15. Maybe if we fear. But the problem with fearing is sometimes you fear stuff into other things, and then suddenly a 1v2 turns into a 1v5, and that's bad. I feel like one of the best abilities is the Roots ability on Druid. That's so good. I'm pretty sure this is, yeah, Spirits of Stone Talent. I don't know why I walked this whole way when I could have just moused over it. So I thought we had another quest, but we don't. Okay. Let's see. We've done everything we can with all that stuff. We don't have the Kolkar booty key yet, but that's fine. We might not even end up getting that key. While we're up here, we'll see herbology. I don't know what it is. We could check. But we're already right in front of it. Might as well just walk up here and see if we can pick up anything.
Relax.
No, we need to be 50. What level? Oh, we need to be 125. Never mind. What level are we?
Good to meet ya.
Herbalism 75. Not bad. What do you get from the supply? Ooh. 12 slot herb bag. So you can only put herbs in it, but it's 12 slots. That's kind of nice. TBH. But we aren't picking that many herbs. Like, we're picking everything on this character. So I'd rather have regular bags. Now, for that little amount of silver, maybe we get that on the actual herb character, you know? I don't think we have 125 skinning, but we're gonna check anyways.
What are you looking for?
No.
Go forth to
We have 112. It's getting up there. I knew it was, that was way closer. Oh no. Multiple dead warlocks. Killed by Rothhide Nold. Ooh. Killed by Rattlecage Soldier. Ashenville Bear. Where even is there an Ashenville Bear in the Barrens? Voidwalker minion. Dude, I bet this guy was going in to do the quest I was saying we can't do yet because it's too high level. He was going for his Voidwalker and he died to a Voidwalker. He's level 10, so he's at that level. And the thing is, on certain other classes, you go to do that quest and it's not that hard. With a hunter, you can get like a bear or a scorpion, something tanky like that, and possibly do it. Warrior, you just tank and do so much damage, so you can possibly do it. I don't know if there's any other classes that can do it at like 10 or 11. Are buffs about to drop? Why are so many people fucking meeting on top of the damn bank? It looks like a guild meeting maybe. There's a bunch of heart and soul there. Alright. Well, yeah, so I think that's everything on this character for now. We got some quests to turn in, but we'll worry about those later. So, let's go. We got her to 13 now. That was our big goal. We didn't send anything to Chic Chick. We sent stuff to Milk Milf. Let's go ahead and the auction expired. Okay, people don't want that. That's fine. We'll just equip it ourselves then if we can't sell it. It's a decent potion. Not super good, but it'll work if we end up using the lesser healing potion. So let's see what we can craft. We can still craft minor healing potions. Is there anything we're short on right now? We need a strength. So we'll craft 1 strength. And then we'll craft as many of these healing potions until they stop being green. I think we actually have too many healing potions now to the point where we can't bank anymore. But we've leveled above the point where it says we should start making the lessers anyways. We just don't have Briarthorn yet because we haven't gone into that area. So that's fine. We can make a minor rejuvenation for Mage Royal. What do we need for the mana? Oh, Silver Leaf. Oh, these rejuvenation potions. I don't think we want to make those because they don't seem to be super good, and we're about to make more strong potions. Okay, yeah. He's totally full of the minor healing potions. So we'll sell the extras. Generally, it's not worth selling to the auction house, but since we have to walk past the auction house to get to the trader, I want to see, just confirm my thoughts. Because some items do fluctuate. I don't think these fluctuate high enough that they're worth it, but I'm curious. I just want to confirm. Yep. 7 copper. Who would even list these for 7 copper? It literally costs you more to list the item than you're gonna make from it. It makes no sense why people would list those. Just... Ooh, we got War Chiefs. That's actually awesome. Because this is one of the tanks. I don't know if they're dropping the other one or not. It looks like a lot of people have left, so my guess is maybe no. I don't know how the world buffs work. Like, I do kind of know. But I get confused easily about world buffs, to say the least. So we're gonna log out right as the world buff drops, so we missed it. I'm not sure if it is dropping. I'm just saying that because that feels like what would happen to me. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and grab all that leather that we sent this character. We're going to make leather. First of all, we're just gonna make the light leather because we need that regardless. I don't think there's anything worth using the light leather for. Or the leather scraps, at least, not the light leather. And leatherworking says, what level are we? We're 73. We're supposed to be making embossed leather gloves, and we need coarse thread, which I'm sure we have some in the bank. Not a lot. Oh, we have a fair bit though. Also, we can make cured hides. if we have salt. We're not a very salty person though, so let's go buy some from someone else. Alright.
Glory to the Horde.
That's kind of expensive, I think. Yeah, but we can always send more cash to this character. Leatherworking ends up being one of the most expensive things to level up. Alright, craft all. We didn't need all of it. I just wanted to buy a whole stack because I can. Okay, then we make those embossed leather gloves. We make 14 of them. Now, we can't trade them. It doesn't want us to trade them. We might be able to make even more. We have a lot of leather. What level do we do this to? 100. I don't think we get to level 100 with these. But we might get close. We're gonna need to buy more thread, that's for sure. I don't want to do the math. And because you kind of get diminishing returns once you get higher, it's possible it's gonna take more than just one per level at some point. So I'm sure there is someone out there who knows. Well, the guide knows. It tells us pretty much exactly how much we need to get from each level. Okay, now we're at the point where we're not going to be getting a level every round necessarily, because I think the gloves themselves are yellow unless they're still orange. Nope, they're yellow. But we do need more coarse thread. There's a decent chance we make it to level 100. Let's get that thread. We should sell the gloves. Make as many of these as we can. I guess we're gonna need to buy more thread again, huh? Because we're just maxing out on the thread. This should go most of them. There's a really good chance we make it to 100 actually. And then what do we make after that? Fine leather belt. Or cured medium hide. We only have light hides. I don't think we have any medium hides yet. Okay, make another 20. We can make 5 more. Does that get us there? Let's see. I think it gets us there. Yep. Alright. So we're going to sell all the extra gloves. I'm pretty sure we're already wearing a set of these gloves. Yeah, we are. Oops. Didn't want to sell that. Appreciate the buyback feature. Alright. Now, we're gonna have to walk all the way over to the leatherworker so we can pick up our new leatherworking options. $31 silver should be enough, but we can always sell more silver to this character if we need to. The leatherworking spot is actually pretty close to the mail over here. Ugh. Oh boy, they're starting. Oni me, baby? I don't know if that's happening, dude. We're gonna need an expert. Teach me the ways. Oh, there's a lot of stuff we can learn. All right.
Go with honor.
Now, can we craft any of that? And is it better than our current gear? Yeah, it doesn't appear so. So we're just going to go back to the bank, deposit the shit, and log them off. Alright, so then we still have the potion maker. Wait, we already did the potion maker. Do we just have the bank left? I think. The bank is all we have left. Oh, I thought that said eggs for a second. Alright, let's go over here. We don't need to be there, we need to be here, where we will interact with the banker.
Blood and thunder. What do you need?
Check my deposit box, deposit all the random RM, and I think we are good to know on that character. So then we do wads, the bank, because they hold our wads of cash. Alright. Check the mail. Just some random pithy stuff. I don't know if there's anything worth selling here, actually. I just kind of walked over here out of habit. Yeah, I don't think we're selling any of this. We're just going to hold on to it. Oh, we sell these. The light. Oh, but no, we decided we weren't going to now that we have a priest. We should start selling the... We should start sending those to the priest. don't think there's... Oh, the bank. We can see what all is going to fit on the bank. Probably not much, because the bank is kind of full on this character. But if we just hit things that are stackable, they're already in there. Mention it might hit a surprise for us. Okay, we got one thing. Alright. So, Gigantify an emote. I just saw that. That's awesome. The 30 bits. It doesn't show up in the regular chat, but I can see it in the whatchamacallit, the activity feed. Alright guys, I am really starting to drag, kinda wandering my way through things, and we are on the hardcore characters, so we definitely do not want to kill them. Let me see how this is going. Dude, it's a... Alright, I don't like this interface. Let me check over here. Oh. Okay, we're going to... call it a night. I'm going to be live again tomorrow. I don't know if I'm going to be streaming painting or not. We'll see. It all depends on how much I get done. I need to paint tomorrow. There's the socials, by the way. Is that not the socials? Why is it not working? Are the commands just not working? Okay, we don't have any commands. I will see you guys tomorrow. We don't have the raid commands working, but please follow on the other channels. I'm on YouTube, I'm on Kick, I'm on Instagram, TikTok. We have a Facebook, but I don't know how much gets posted there. I think some of the things that get posted to Instagram do eventually. We have Instagram. We're gonna raid Dan Kaimon, a longtime friend of the channel. He's live after God knows how long. I will see you guys tomorrow, regardless of what I'm doing. Have a good night. I love you all. Peace.